Greetings, family. Welcome to Pan-Africanism Towards Nationhood, building a global Black business pipeline. Greetings, family. Bomani Tyehimba here with my good brother Kala Genesis, and we are the kings of Pan-Africanism and Nationhood, and we're here to give you another live session of Pan-Africanism and Nationhood. So what we have tonight on our topic is self-hating Blacks moving to Africa is a recipe for disaster and confusion. Let's build the Afrikstan with Kala Genesis and Bomani Tyehimba. So family, that's what we're talking about, straight nation building. But before we get into the topic and the subject, just want to share some of our flyers with you for our upcoming schedule so you can journey with us on the journey of a lifetime. So that is it right there, family. That is our Africa for the Africans tour schedule, and we're looking to get ready to leave for Ghana in a week. So very excited about that Ghana journey. That is our 23rd journey. And we literally just got back last month from Senegal and the Gambia. So just always want to let people know that we're out here, and regardless of COVID-19 or any other thing, we're consistently connecting to the African continent. So it's more than just a tour experience. It's going to Africa. It's a movement to build a connection in Africa so we can build onto other things. So that's the foundation we're using and working. And like me and Brother Kala always say to everyone, is Pan-Africanism is the vehicle towards nationhood. That's why we say Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. So by us being in the African continent with strength in numbers, with us having organized programs, and those things open up the future for us in Africa. So that's what we've been doing, family, for the last 17 years, from 2006 to 2023. And if you go back 2 years, that was 2 years of initial traveling to different countries in Africa. So now with this schedule that we have set, once we finish in Ghana, we're going to just take the summer off and work on a bunch of different things. And then we're going to get ready for our fall journey to Tanzania. That's November 16th to the 27th. And that's our fourth journey to Tanzania. We've been going the last 4 Novembers. So that's always a great venture. Zanzibar Island, Arusha, Dar es Salaam, and just being in tropical East Africa. From there, we're going to head to South Africa, and that's for our December 24th to January 4th journey. So the 3 journeys that I just mentioned, that's what we have for this year. And then we're just going to close out with journeys from our usual West Africa and East Africa, Southern Africa. So then we start off at the beginning of the year with our featured journey. And once you're on our website, africafortheafricans.org, you'll see the Liberia banner, and you'll see it all over the place, whether you check your mobile phone or you just on our website on your desktop or laptop. And that is what we're pushing, because that's our next country we're looking to connect to as far as investment, repatriation, the whole nation building energy. So those are the 2 countries that we have that we're pushing that element, family, Ghana and Liberia. So definitely looking forward to more people reaching out to us, connect with us, join us on this incredible historic journey. And it's a journey that's not just a simple Africa tour journey. We have this thing laced up as far as just roots, culture, business, investment, nightlife, a whole lot of networking, a whole lot of us just enjoying time on the resort, from pool parties to a photo shoot to us just socializing and us just enjoying paradise together. And we promise what we're going to be doing is just shooting some of the most incredible videos that you have ever seen, because we're always here to show you the best and the beautiful energy of whatever country we travel to. And for those who are not doing that, shame on them, because if you live in Georgia or you live in New York or you live somewhere else, I don't think y'all go around and shoot videos of all the worst things that goes on in these in these states and these cities. And that's the issue that I have with people. So only thing I'm going to do, and I'm going to continue to do it, is to show you the beauty of Africa, show you us having fun, excitement, show you us at incredible restaurants, and show you just in general us supporting Black-owned business. So from Liberia, we're going to head back to Ghana, and that's July 11th to the 23rd. That'll be the 24th Ghana journey of a lifetime we have. And then we're going to set things off in the fall on our November journey of a lifetime. And that will be to Egypt, the Nile Valley civilization. So we have a whole lot of historical places on that schedule. And then that's going to be our closeout journey for next year. If I'm able to put another journey up for December, I'm open to it. But it's all about people committing and joining that energy so we can keep it going. And And once we close out for 2024, the only journey I have set for now is Senegal and the Gambia, April 1st to 11th of 2025. And as time goes along, the goal is to keep schedules up at least 2 years in advance. That way, for those who are looking to journey with us, you can put a deposit down and you can pace yourself, or you can just look at the schedule and then you can just make your commitment ahead of time so you can have your time off arranged and have your plans in place. So what we're looking to do is to get people to process things for the future. That way we can have what we need organized so we can do group bookings ahead of time, do all the things that we used to do back in the days before this COVID-19, to when people started just making last minute decisions whether they're going to travel or not. So that's what we do in family. So that's why we have an aggressive, incredible schedule out ahead of time and ready to take in a journey of a lifetime. So that's our website, africafortheafricans.org, email address, phone number, and you can just reach out. This is the same number on WhatsApp. So if you're in a different country, you just want to reach out. I'm always looking out for the messages. So connect with us and we got your back. If you want to see more of what we do as far as all these incredible journeys, I have 17 years of documentation on YouTube for all the different countries I've traveled to and 17 years of documentation for all the videos that we've taken. Mainly the pictures that we've taken on tour. So pictures on Facebook, 17 years of documentation, and the same thing on YouTube videos, last 17 years. So that's been what we have established. So right now, while you're on this YouTube channel, definitely check out the videos. We have a whole list and history of live videos and regular videos. And the regular videos include us all over the African continent, us doing preparation, conference calls, us having interviews and so on. So family, the journey continues. So let's get back to our regular scheduled program. Yes, brother Color Genesis. We're here for another incredible live. So family, once again, our topic tonight is self-hating blacks moving to Africa, the recipe for disaster and confusion. Let's build the Afrikstan. Color Genesis and Bomani. So family, this is a real topic. And I'm not trying to say anything bad about anyone. We sparked this movement for repatriation in the 21st century. That's all I'll always share with people. Back in the early 2000s, and we were building that foundation. So here we are building it strong, and we didn't build the foundation to where we had where we were encouraging self-hating black people to just go to Africa and then continue to self-hate and confusion, and then say, hey, I don't want to be an African American no more. I don't want to be this person anymore. I want to be I want to be a Ghanaian, or I want to be a Tanzanian, or I want to be these things. And we're pushing our pride. We want our people to love where we come from. Those we're raised here in the Americas. My people, we're stolen and brought to Jamaica. My good brother Kala, our people were stolen and brought to America. So we're in that same fight. On we survived all those hundreds of years, and we didn't survive all those hundreds of years to go to Africa and then embarrass ourselves and disrespect where we come from. We have to uphold that pride. Like I'm always telling people, once I move to the African continent, we're building in that community called Black South Pan-African community. All my energy from Jamaica and all my energy from Black America, I'm bringing there. This is my culture, my people, my energy. And then, the people there in Ghana, whichever the country, those are my folks also. But it's like, we have to represent where we're coming from and come strong, because we show up and we have, we're telling people, well, I had to run from America because every day the police is killing me. I had to run from America because every day this is happening. And it breaks my heart, especially when I saw Woody Meyer doing an interview with someone. I was like, Woody Meyer, come on, bro. You're going to really just try to corner that situation. You've never been to America, but you recruit self-hating Negroes to sit here and make it seem like we're, we're on the attack, and it's just all hell breaking loose. Yeah, there's some bad things going on, but at the same time, too, whatever country in Africa you're going to, they also have their troubles and things. And I personally don't go there to beat down on people about what goes on there in their country and their shortcomings. So I feel hurt when people say these things about what goes on in America, where we're trying to build an energy and use some of the resources here in America to make work. Because if you think you're just going to show up in Africa and then you're just going to get all the things that you need to build based on the fact that the government in whatever country Ghana is going to give you a contract and so on, good luck. That's not going to happen. You have a better chance of getting some grant money and some some other kind of money from America. So let's use what we have, and let's not take it personal and things like that, and let's not give people bad things to think about us. Because then next thing you know, brother Kala, what they doing? They're thinking that we're desperate, right?
Yeah.
But family, that's enough from myself, man. Brother College Genesis, what do you think about the subject? And
right on point. Hey, we got an echo. Is that okay? You got something playing in the background? Okay.
Go ahead, I'm on mute, so you should be clear.
Okay. Yeah, so that's exactly what it's a timely discussion after. This is the build up to this discussion because we couldn't have had this conversation a year ago. You know, and people come, oh, you're a crazy one. But now, after everything that's happened over the last year, right, and all the shortcomings that happened in the repatriation movement, people are starting to see what we're talking about. You know, I always said you always put your best foot face forward. You know, if when you deal with Africans or whoever, no matter what situation they go into, they're going to represent where they're from, no matter how bad it is or how shitty it is, whatever like that. They're going to stand on that thing. They're not going to let you talk down on their situation and basically act like you're their savior or whatever. Even though many people could say, you know, Black America say, look, you guys fled war-torn countries. You're here because of Black America, blah, 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 blah. They're going to still deny that stuff, right? That's why a lot of people say, well, white man built this country. Why? Because they don't want to give you that credit. You know, they know it's the truth, right? But they don't want to give you that credit. But the Black people in America go to Africa like, oh, man, America's so bad and everything. I didn't have no chance in America. The police screwed me every day. You know, I had no opportunity, no jobs. They go to Africa and they have nothing, you know? But instead of being like, you know something, I'm in Africa because I want to be here. You know, I chose to be here. I had a life in America and everything I could never duplicate on the continent unless I get rich or something like that. You get lucky, you get rich, whatever, and then you can live a better lifestyle, whatever. But for the most part, you know, your lifestyle in America is going to be way much better than you do in Africa. That's not the point. We're going to Africa because we want something new. We want to expand, and we really do believe that when things, as a street terminology, pop off, we want to be part of it. In other words, basically, we're hedging on betting on the fact that Africa one day might get its stuff together, and we don't want to be like left behind. So we're doing these pioneering works to be like, okay, we're here, we're planting routes, we're making connections and everything. So when something does pop off, right, we're in a position. We're not just coming here and everything. We're part of the process that led to the Africa popping off, you know? And you can only do that by coming from a position of power and strength, you know? And I can never understand why people think that just going to the continent, just being weak and being destitute and stuff like that and self-hating is going to get you any place. People realize that. You never go any place and badmouth where you came from. You never do that. Why? Because the people will say, well, you got no place to go. And then what happens is they're going to treat you like that. You know? It's just like if you go to somebody's house, let me put it in layman's terms, right? Let's say you move from New York to California, right? Let's say you got limited funds, whatever like that, right? And somebody said, I'll put you up for like 6 months, whatever like that, right? And you say, okay, in 6 months, I'll have a job, whatever like that. If not, I'll go back to New York and get my stuff together, whatever. But you don't basically go to somebody and be like, yo, man, I'm completely destitute, because staying house. How's that person going to treat you? When you basically go to him and say, look, I have no place to go. I got no money. I got nothing. I don't have no jobs lined up out here and everything like that. You know what's going to happen? When you come in the house, man, oh, man, you got to make sure you do this, you know? Okay, you can't leave that light on in the room, you know? You can't do this, you know? And then you'll hear a conversation in the background, right? Where his girl will be like, yo, is he still over? We don't have no privacy or that. Well, I'm putting him up there. He ain't got no place to go and blah, 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 blah. You never want to be that dude, you know? And so the bottom line is this. So same way that if you don't want to move with somebody and you can't say, look, I'm paying you for this much rent, why not, you know? I'm going to be out of your hair, this, that, and the other thing, right? And if the person says no, whatever, okay, fine, I'll go someplace else, right? If you don't want me here, I'll go someplace else. But if you get to the point where the person that's hosting you feels like you have no place to go, you have no money, and he's feeding you and doing everything, and you can't go back with good, how do you think he's going to treat you? Like an equal? No. He's going to treat you like a bum, like you got no place to go. And this is what's being set up right now with these self-hating Black people going to Africa and oh man, they're escaping racism and everything like that. So if they're escaping racism, hey man, if I steal a couple $100s from them, they won't be so bad. At least they're not getting in America getting shot by the police. It's just common sense, you know. But when you say, look, you know, I got a U.S. passport, I was fine in America, I can go back there, get a job, whatever like that, anytime. This doesn't work out here. But when you're like on your knees and begging and saying, "Oh, thank God I'm in Africa," like, and then what happens is people exaggerate and lie about their situation in America. Maybe you weren't doing what you're supposed to do in America. Maybe you didn't get the education. Maybe you didn't save money. Maybe you didn't invest in yourself in America. Maybe you were in America doing bad things, you know, and you're running from the law. I know a couple of people that's right now in Africa, I'm not going to say names, that's fled America because of child support, you know. They're living because of fled child, and they got debts and warrants on them in America, and they can't go back. So basically what they're trying to do is make it seem like, oh, America's so bad. No, it's bad for them. They're not being honest. They can't go back to America because they owe debts. They got cases against them, child support, whatever like that. So they're in Africa trying to convince everybody else that America is so bad for everybody. And they get angry at the black people who are living in America who are doing well. And they're completely in denial about black people in America. They almost erase all the success in black America, right, to fit their narrative that America is so bad, I got to go to Africa. And what gets me is Africa does not need that type of people. The people that Africa really needs, right, and sort of wants is the black people in America who got money, who own houses, who got education, who owns have wealth and everything. Those are the ones that Africans thought that were going to come over there with the year return. But that did not happen. What we're getting is all the riffraff and people from Black America, the losers in Black America, to go to Africa, and they're giving the whole movement a bad feel. It's leaving a bad taste in a lot of people's mouths with some of the antics that's going on the continent. So, like I said, I just want to open up with that, you know, and that's what we're going to discuss tonight. And it's all about self-hate, you know, people just not doing their thing, and they're running from themselves, right? But there's an old saying, you take you no matter where you go. People say, I hate New York. I gotta get a guy in New York. They go to another city, the shit turns into the same thing they left. They connect with the wrong people. They get in trouble and everything. But you thought it was New York. And then I knew people like that. Then they say, oh yeah, I got that place and whatnot, you know. So 3 years later, they go to another city. It lasts for a little while. Yeah, this place is popping. And next thing you know, what happens? Things not working out there. They got beef, they got trouble, they're in trouble with the law, you know, they can't hold a job, they can't do this, can't do that, they complain about the transportation, they complain about the opportunities and everything like that. Then the next thing they're going to another city. So this is the same thing what we have with people going to the continent, right? They could not make it in America, they could not hold a job down, they could not hold a career down. Or a lot of people, let's be honest with you, a lot of people are allergic to a 9-to-5. They're allergic to paying bills. And I hear that all the time where I hear people talk about, yeah, man, I'm going to go there, I don't have to pay no bills and everything. They think they're going to build a house with it or live off the land with their solar panel and be happy ever after and all this kind of nonsense and everything. It doesn't work like that. You still need healthcare. You still need money. You still need a means of income. You still need transportation. And that money goes real quick if you don't have any real income coming in, because you didn't establish yourself in America to sustain yourself on the African continent. And so that's what I want to open up with today.
Yes, Kala, that is a great start. And family, the reason why we're talking about these things is because, you know, most of what we're talking about in this Pan-African world is this things that we have experience with going on and things that we see going on. So we're just trying to shine some light on these things, because unfortunately, you know, when you have your brothers and sisters making this kind of move, we're supposed to be ambassadors. I mean, I know my good brother Kala is an ambassador to Liberia, and I am for Ghana, and then together we're for the entire continent of Africa. And we wouldn't put up all this Africa, words all in our flow if we weren't serious about this movement. So the things that we're saying and sharing is it's for people to make better decisions and have success on the continent. And we're speaking from a standpoint of our experience, and we have both of us we have incredible connections from America to Africa, and so when we're talking based on experience.
Yeah, and people the people in Africa are looking for those sort of connections. They're looking for people to come there. You can't come to Africa empty-handed. You You can't come empty-handed like I'm just so destitute and everything. And the bottom line is, like a great African once told me, right? He said, look, even for like a lot of Liberians go back to Liberia, right? You have like 6 months, you have the so-called American smell on you, and people look at you like it's like a air about you, right? It's like you smell differently, It's a metaphor for the fact that you come with ideas, and people expect you to build, and people expect you to create. They expect you to bring something there and everything, and that's the way it is. And then what happened is after 6 months, when you don't succeed, right, that what they call the smell, American smell, wears off, and you become just another local. And that's what's happened with a lot of black people in America, right? They come into Africa, right, after like a year. We got a long time. We got about 2 years, right? The African return from the UK and America, right, the continental, they got like 6 months. We got about 2 years, right, to really keep that energy going and show what we can do. Because what happens, look, let me tell you something how human beings are. There's no such thing in this world as people giving you respect. Respect is earned, respect is earned. And people look at what you do. People look at you, they look at you like, let me give you an example. And I noticed this when I'm in Liberia, right? People listen to me, they listen to me and everything. They believe what I'm saying, but in the back of their minds is this guy really for real? Can he bring what he says? Is he about what he says, And the bottom line is I have a credit, right, that I haven't cashed in yet to deliver. It's not going to be forever. Kyle's not going to be able to keep going to Liberia forever and not bring something there, bring something to the table, right? Because they'll give you a chance and everything, show what you can do and everything. And they have an expectation of you because you're coming from the most developed country in the world, right? They expect you to have connections. They expect you to be successful. They expect you to have these things in place and everything. So when you come to them, right, you can't come to them like, oh, yeah, we're all Africans now. Let's do something. Like, well, we don't need you. What do we need you for? We're over here suffering and everything like that. You're coming over here trying to take from us and depending on us. So when you go to the continent, right, you have a certain amount of time period to make something happen and build something and do something and accomplish something to make it work. Or people are just going to write you off and dismiss you. And it's going to be a bad look for the Pan-African movement, right? Because there's a lot of people that go to Africa as successful, right? They go there and they meet with the right people, right? Whether black, white, Indian, Chinese, and they make something happen. They don't call themselves Pan-Africans, right? And I noticed that the people who call themselves Pan-Africans, right? All it is like people who have negative things to say about the races, white people, America, and everything like that. And they understand that does not fly in Africa. Africa is used to seeing people from all over the world coming there, investing and doing stuff like that, making a difference, right? Making something for themselves and everything, and at the same time spreading their wealth. You can't just go there with an RBG flag, talk about black power and all stuff like this, and you're not bringing nothing, and you can't go over there, keep downing America, downing black America. Oh, black America is failing, black America is dying, and blah, blah, blah. We get shot by the police and everything like that, and said, I'm home now, I'm in Africa. That doesn't wear out. If that's your message, after a while, they're going to get tired of you. They're going to get tired of you, right? And what's going to happen is this. If they feel like you have no place to go, as soon as they turn on you, right, they're going to act on it. That's what happened to our Hebrew brothers in Ghana. They calculated that these people really have no connections with the U.S. government. They basically are renouncing the U.S. government and whatever like that. They're here, and we don't see other black people from America coming around and stuff like that, because it's the whole thing is, I'm in Africa now, and black America is far distant, I'm not like this. And so therefore, when they don't see other people, African Americans and diasporans working together in strength and numbers and everything, it gives them the impression that you're vulnerable and you're weak. They say, well, Africans bad? No, it's just the fact that that's just human nature. If people, when you see people and they're in large numbers, right? I know it's from even here, where I live in Virginia, right? Virginia. When you see Indians, right? And sometimes, well, if you take that Indian guys alone, you make sad mistaken. He has a whole network of Indians in his local area on every different levels that can help him out in a situation. Same thing with the Chinese. Same thing with any other Filipinos. All these people got associations and everything. Why? Because they come from the same homeland. They come and they stick together. Why? Because they have a shared experience. If a Filipino goes to Japan, They can't just say, well, we're both Asian, so I'm no. They're going to be living in a Filipino community. Same to the Vietnamese. They're going to live in a Vietnamese community in Japan, and they're going to network each other because they're going to share problems and issues and everything, and come to the Japanese as a collective voice. We Black people in America don't seem to understand that, right? We go to Africa and we don't want to help each other. We don't want to be around each other. We don't want to network with each other. We don't want to support each other and everything like that. And so we're just like, oh, I'm just African and everything. I don't have nothing to do with this person. We're all by ourselves and everything. And so what gets me is this: when people start talking about this nonsense about Ubuntu and communal living and everything, it all sounds good when you're in America, right? But when you go to Africa, I don't see no unity. I don't see no working together. I don't see no pooling their money together. Where the susus at, you know? Where the susus, where the money, where the lotteries at? Where the people pulling their money together and saying, we're putting this money as a collection every month, right? And we have a lottery, you know? The Caribbean people have these things. So I was part of a susu a couple of years ago. We was in like 4 months, and it was African Americans. We was doing these gifting things, right? And collectively, we raised like $2 million in like 4 months, you know? So there's a lot of money. But the thing is, though, and I try to get this the people with these susus and everything, there's all different types of susu programs and everything that you can do as a group, where you put money in and whatnot. Within like a month or so, you get a payout, whatever like that. You say you put $500 in. With 4 months from now, when enough people come in, right, you get a payout like $2,000 and everything, and it goes around the circle and everything. You put money back in. A few months from now, you get another money going. So those things right there work, right? But it seems like when it comes to Africa, right, there are no, I can't show, I defy anybody to show me anywhere in Africa where diasporans have like a susu or a lottery to help each other out. Do you know what that would do if people could get an extra a couple of $100s a month, whatever like that, and they got residual income, and they let's say they're gonna pull their money together for somebody to open a business and everything, and the lottery will pay this person back out when people getting their businesses funded and everything like that. That's how people do it. That's what the Indians do. That's what the Chinese do, and all these immigrants do. They put money. So when you get jealous at the Indian guy over in the gas station, you understand he was part of a lottery. He was part of a collective that helped him finance and get the inventory for that gas station, you know, and he's paying that back. You know, he's paying that back to help another Indian do that. So in the meantime, so he says, okay, I'm putting all this money in this business, right? He's going to live in that business for like, or live in a real rundown place for like 10 years, and we're not saving money, you know, where adult kids live with their kids to save money. And then when they do finally make it and they make it big and everything, you're looking at them jealously, like, how do they do this? They're stealing from others. No, they're doing the right thing to pull themselves together. Why? Because they believe themselves are a people. And we don't do that, right? We call ourselves a people, but you cannot only be a people when you're suffering. You cannot be a people every time, only when the police shoot somebody. You can't be a people when somebody makes a racial remark, whatever, when there's racism and trauma. You got to be a people in love and in tragedy. But if you can't be a people in love and everything like that, and everybody's an individual and everything, you cannot basically call yourself a people. And this is what's happening. People are bringing that individualistic mindset to the African continent. And that's why these many people are failing. Well, you're by yourself. Well, why don't you African Americans in Ghana? How come you guys don't have like, you know, a credit union, you know, or pull your money together? Why? Because people don't want to be in each other's business, and we don't want to humble ourselves and everything like that. We don't. I'm just a Ghanaian now, you know. I'm a Ghanaian, you know, and you're not organized, and you're not helping the people of Ghana, right? Because if you were organized, right, if everybody's organized, you had your own think tanks, you know, your own planning committees, your planning groups, and everything like that, you could basically get money and resources from America or whatever, and then have people manage your money and stuff like this, manage your money, manage your properties and everything on a basis like that, and then you could help other people when they come over get established and everything, because you have networks and resources established and everything, and then you're not a burden on the local or regional governments. So this is what we have to talk about. You know, we have to talk about tonight. You know, but what stops all that is self-hate. And it's nothing else but self-hate. I know my people. You know, it's like we talk about love and everything until we are put to the test. And the test is when it comes down to money, it comes down to hard work and sacrifice. When it comes down to hard work and sacrifice and ending up and kicking in and everything, that's where we fall short. Yeah, everybody's a person. When you're sitting on a YouTube chat talking all this nonsense and everything, or you're on TikTok and everything. I said, wow, we got these black people talking black issues, and everything. But when it actually comes out to actually pulling something off and doing something, you realize it's all talk. Nothing ever comes out of it. Now, the one person that was able to get money out of y'all is Tariq Nasheed's, and the people that did that, the people who don't believe in black unity, who believe in hatred for black immigrants, stuff like that, they're going to pull that money out and support. Why? Because they don't want to see the Pan-African movement work. The Pan-African world is working at a deficit that everybody gives lip service to Pan-Africanism, but nobody ever comes up with money. Nobody ever puts support. Nobody donates time. We've been asking for months now, and all the people that we reached and everything. You mean to tell me we don't have one attorney or whatever like that could do grant writing? Nobody looked at somebody like what Brother Bomani's doing with the Technology Institute and his building in Africa and stuff like that, his tours and everything, and said, look, these are funds because the United States government encourages business in Africa and everything, and there's funds for that. Nobody ever said, something, I'm gonna take time, right? And I'm gonna donate my time, right? Not just throw money or something like that, but I'm gonna donate my time and be a labor for Brother Bomani and get this stuff done. You'll labor for your pastor in your church and everything. Let me tell you something about laboring. Right? Black people used to labor for churches and everything. And I'm telling you right now, the most organized group of people in America is a Black Christian church. They could pull together revivals, church meetings and stuff like that with 7 cities and whatnot, where everything logistically flows right thing. Where this pastor's going to speak on this day. This is where we're going to eat out. This is where the bus is going to line up. We're going to go here. We're going to have this convention and stuff like that. It's so organized to the highest freaking level, So don't tell me it can't be done, because I've seen it my whole entire life. The problem is we don't have that in the so-called Pan-African world. Nobody wants to organize and do things on a higher level. Nobody wants to, and also back in the days, right? We didn't have computers. They didn't have computers. They have typewriters. And then when you go to these revivals and church revivals, you see all these pamphlets and everything. Who did that? That's been somebody sitting there working every day, putting these pamphlets together, and programs and everything. It's like print it out, go to the print store, print them out. So by the time you get to the event and everything, you got a program, you got flyers sitting around, everything, and people putting this stuff together, And this is the sort of energy we're going to need as far as like building the Pan-African world. And how we do that? Those people weren't getting paid. They were laboring for Reverend such and such, And same thing with the Nation of Islam. You have clerks and everything. The clerks and everybody were laboring and bringing stuff to bear. So a time of event came on, all you saw was the Nation of Islam put on this good event. They organized Savior's Day and everything. How do you think Savior's Day get organized? There's dozens of people working together. They're not worrying about, who's going to get who. They're making sure the job gets done. So I give respect for the Nation of Islam. I give respect for the Black Baptist Mission in America, the AME Church, all these other black churches that now organize people to the highest level. And they organize because people volunteer. They get involved and stuff like that, They organize stuff. They organize things to the highest level. So if we don't have that sort of energy with the Pan-African world, where people come up saying, let's do this, let's organize and everything, and then bring that sort of energy on the African continent, what are we doing? What we're doing. We should be so freaking organized and everything that people are signing up to the BAIO saying, yeah, this is what I could do. This is what I could do. I do this for a living. I could do this. I do marketing. I do advertising. I do this, that, and the other thing. But we're not getting those sort of people. I mean, we have them. I come across them all the time. But do they ever take the time and say, something, many times Brother Bomani talked about, we need grant writers and stuff like that to reach out and see what it is to get money for our programs and projects and everything. Nobody ever stepped up and says, Bomani, I'm going to research that for you. I'm going to do that for you. I'm on it, and get behind and give him the respect that this man deserves and say, look, I'm going to do this. I got the grant writing capability. But everybody wants to come in here and it's like what we can give for them. We don't have anything to give you. All we're doing is organize this, right? If you can't see the long-term thing of building these communities and building in Afrikstan and building on the African continent, that we're organized to the highest level, where we got sister city projects and stuff like this, we're meeting with officials and everything, and they take us seriously and they respect us and everything. If we can organize Black America for this Pan-African world, it's going to take volunteerism. It's going to take people dedication, everything. Same way Black people dedicate themselves to churches, and I have nothing against that, right? We're going to need Black people who basically dedicate themselves to the Pan-African world. And we can't do that if we got so many people who are self-hating, who are self-hating and don't really believe that you are Black America. You are a tribe. You're a nation. Okay? You are a nation. This is our nation. This is who we are, and we're trying to build in these other nations in Africa, right? Who first got to look out for their own people. The people of Liberia got to look out for the Liberians first, right? I can't expect the Liberian government to, like, people say, oh, they're going to give us passports. They're going to give us this. They're going to give us that, I want to be a Ghanaian. I want to be a Sierra Leone and everything. And you're not organized. You're not bringing nothing to the table. You're not coming together as an entity and say, this is what we have. This is how we're organized. We have investors organized. We got this organized. We got connections with mayors. There was a conference not too long ago where the Sierra Leone president, last year, met with the Council of Black Mayors in America. I want to know what happened with that. Did anybody follow up on that? Did anybody organize and say, look, we have mayors and everything like that. We have resources in all our cities that we're at. Are we plugging with Sierra Leone? No, we just let it go. When the cameras go away, we'll let it peter out on the vine. So this is what we're talking about tonight. Do we really love ourselves? Do the Pan-African world, the people who call themselves Pan-Africans, really love their race? Do they really love themselves? Or are they trying to escape from a reality in America? If you are call yourself Pan-African, you should love who you are. Love who you are and understand that we're Black people, we're Africans in America, African Americans, and Caribbeans, diasporans, and everything. That's who we are in America, right? And then we organize among ourselves to connect as an entity to engage the different various African governments. And right now, we can't go to African countries if we're not organized. There's no organization or whatever like that says this is a voice. This is That's what I created the BAIO for. I want it to be an organization of organizations, working together, right, under one voice. But what happens is people are like, oh man, I don't want to join the BAIO. I get my own YouTube channel. I could do my own thing. I don't care about Kala. That's going to give Kala all the shine and everything like that, And so therefore they basically, and then when Black people from America try to organize and build some continent, we get the pushback we get the most is our own people. Suddenly we got the ADOS FBA movement, Oh, why y'all going to Africa? Why y'all doing this and everything? If you're not interested in what we're doing, why are you worried about it? So this is what we're talking about tonight. There's without sacrifice, without struggle and sacrifice, we have nothing. And the bottom line is, if you could sacrifice, right, for to make sure you watch all the NBA playoffs and finals and everything, you can sacrifice and do all this stuff you do in America and everything. Don't just come on YouTube every once in a while and talk about, oh, I agree with the Pan-African, and you don't put any work into this movement. You don't put any work in. You don't contribute. It ain't about just money. It's about time. I tell people all the time, that's why I don't take money from people. I'd rather have your commitment, your time. If you got connections and everything like that, I need those connections you have. We're pulling this trip together to Liberia and whatnot, and so we're going to need people that might be interested in investing on the continent. Them, you hear about them all the time, right? Are you pulling these people together to where Kala can meet them or Bomani can meet them and stuff like that? Are you organizing people that that could invest in things like construction and education and stuff like this? Are you doing that? No. Because you don't want, because it takes work. It takes hard work. And you don't believe in this movement. We need people that believe in this movement, not just give us lip service. So that's how I see it.
Yes, brother Kala. Appreciate the energy, and family, that's what we're talking about, family. Looking to get us connected properly to build in Africa, and want us to just think about all the shortcomings we have had, and think about this building with us, and don't let the word Afrikstan scare you. It's a beautiful concept, and we need something for ourselves, because too many of us are going and it's not really building a movement for us as a people. It's just individuals, collapsing, things falling apart for them, and then they're making it seem like they're part of a movement. But that's what we're organizing our people for. Let's build this movement and build it to where we just take full accountability and look out for each other. It's a simple process, simple thing. So let me know if you want me to see if anyone is out there that would love to join us. And dialogue with us.
You can put the link in. If somebody want to join the chat and stuff like that, that's what we're talking. Also, before I want to do that, let's play that one video I'll talk about, and I'm gonna read the comments from the comment section. The top Black communities in America.
Perfect. Let me give some of the folks here a shout out. American First Rifleman, appreciate the super chat.
Thank you.
He said, keep teaching College Genesis. That's what we're here to do, family. We're here to teach, educate, share, uplift, empower, and get us organized so we can spend some this Black dollars with some, puts in some Black hands and build something unique. And then appreciate other brother here. Second that, appreciate the red, black, and green love sign and symbol. So appreciate the energy, appreciate the love. And let me see if I have any other comments on here for you, brother. Let me see who has a comment. Rudy had a comment earlier, maybe more than one. Let's see this one right here. Rudy said, Kala, can you describe the attributes of self-hating Black person? Next, why would a self-hating Black person want to move to Africa?
Oh, that's a good link. There's a lot
of Blacks love self. Appreciate it, brother. That's a great comment.
Let me understand something, because let me say the reason why. Because in America, right, our identity is about race, Blackness. We see things in terms of race. We saw that with Amara the other day. We don't see color and everything, but they get with a white girl in a minute, And the bottom line is this: our identity is still race. We are in a race war, and a lot of people want to cop out from this race war that we're in, right? So the easiest way how these Painos, Pan-African name only, could go to Africa so they can escape from this race war that we're in, And so it's easy to go to Africa and say, I'm in Africa. You can't call me self-hating. Look, if that was the case, man, Africa would be developed right now. You got a lot of Africans being African and being Black, but because they're on the continent, they act like, oh, I'm in Africa, so you can't tell me what to do. When I was born in Africa, that doesn't mean anything. If that was the case, Africa would be a world power right now if we had a bunch of self-loving people. Just because you live in Africa don't mean you love being Black or like that. And let's be honest with you, a lot of times people go to Africa because I saw this one video not too long ago, right? This sister was like, I'm in Africa because she says my social status went up. I was considered poor in America, right? But I have a little money, right? And I got all these men following me and everything. So is that really what it's all about? Your personal social status goes up because you're around a bunch of. I even seen Nakmiji say that one time, which was true. You want to be the tallest midget or the smartest dumbass, So just because somebody's going to Africa, does not mean they're part of the Black liberation movement. You're going to Africa because you want to be around people that you can feel superior to and feel better than. That's not building anything. That's not building Pan-Africanism. That's not developing Africa. So a lot of people are self-hating who go to Africa. Bottom line is this: Black people in America who self-hate, right, secretly want to be white. They secretly want to be white. That's what self-hating is all about. You want to be anything. You believe the white man's lies about African Americans, right? The white man does the thing where he makes everybody hate us when they come here. No matter how successful Black America is, right? The white man's narrative is like this. There's another video I want you to play too, where this white guy is telling this Black guy, right, that I don't want to hire Black people because he telling a black guy, said, why you make a generalization like that? So the bottom line is, even though white people will see Black people every day doing normal things, right, it's in them to project negativity on Black people. And we've internalized that self-hate, that we think we're lazy. We think we're criminals. We think we're bad. We think we're all this stuff like this, So a lot of times people want to escape from that pain of being Black in America. That ain't Pan-Africanism, right? I'm like this. I'm proud of who I am because, like I said, I come from Black success in America, I represent Black America. I come from a Black America that worked, So when I go to Africa, right, I'm saying, okay, we're brothers, let's build something, stuff like that. But I'm not going to be like, oh, man, America just did this or that. No, I'd be lying. I'd be lying if I said, okay, America, because I built my business here. You know, everything I have is in America, right? So when I go to Africa, right, I'm just connecting with my African roots, my African part, you know? And it's no shade on us in America. You suggested the majority of them distribute the social. Of course, the white thing. Look, a lot of people go. Black people who go to Africa, listen to them talk. A lot of people are screwed up. You know, look how they talk. They talk like they had it so bad in America and everything. And you look at them, a lot of them are failures. You know, right now, concentrating on the successful diaspora. The successful diaspora in Africa, right, are in Africa thriving. Like you go to South Africa right now, you got black people who are becoming millionaires, living in nice communities in Johannesburg, you know, doing really well. Those people are not on YouTube talking about how bad America is. You know, these are, but Mark Blanton's bringing middle class, upper middle class black people to South Africa, buying nice homes and whatnot, getting top level jobs, helping the government, helping private industry grow. They're bringing black professionals there, black professionals to the continent. Yeah. So look at this white construction worker, right? Look what he says. This is what we deal with.
The video you want to play, or you want to play another one?
Well, let's play this video first.
Sweet. All right.
That he's going to use his color as laziness.
So you stereotyped him already?
I did.
Okay.
I did.
Who actually stereotyped him? Who told you just stereotyped
And I don't even know him. And that's not fair. Because I didn't give him the opportunity to prove himself.
So if you feel that way, you think you're the only one who feels that way?
No, I don't. No, I think if I feel that way,
so
it's got to be
like you
huge out there.
Right.
It's got to be huge out there.
When it comes to someone like me, who's going to work
But
hard,
I think, yes, exactly. I think anything has.
And mind you, this.
My point is, anything has to be proven. So the majority is being lazy.
So how much? So he had to prove himself that he's not lazy, but had he been someone else, he would have proved himself. You would think that you fire his credentials. He hit the ground running.
Credentials of one of my men putting them up.
Hit the ground running. Yeah. So therefore, there is some prejudice. There is some.
No, there's no.
I want the prejudice. There's some bias.
Yeah,
when it does come to skin color, then.
No, I don't think it's skin color.
And some bias. You just said that.
Maybe you're right.
You said some bias to it then.
Because
you just said it though.
But why is your color becoming so lazy?
Well, first of all, number one, I'm not a lazy person, nor is my wife, that's not how we raise our 3 kids.
Okay.
I raised my kids to believe that, yes, you're going to face racism, yes, you're going to face discrimination.
You know.
Because of your skin color.
You know.
Oh, no,
that
let me finish.
You are
Let me finish.
becoming lazy.
But let me finish, though. What do you mean by becoming lazy, though? Because I'm not lazy.
You see how they project all this on us, and we internalize something to believe it too. He says, "I won't hire black because they're gonna use their color against me and like that." These is prejudiced people who have this racist outlook on us. They don't think they're racist. It's because these white people don't want to be around black people, and they use that as an excuse, right? Because the bottom line is this: in America, right? The idea of race and slavery is always on everybody's mind when they're dealing with black people. That's why they're uncomfortable with black people in America. They're uncomfortable. So the future is black people need to build their own businesses. They need to connect with other black people and network. That's the only way we're going to survive, you know? Now, this guy says that, right? Probably don't know he's been recorded, right? He probably got a contract with the city or construction and everything. And the bottom line, this guy's openly admit he discriminates against black people because he perceives them as lazy without even giving them a chance. He said they might use a color. And the guy tried to tell him, we don't. And all of a sudden, what happens is, right, if you have a self-hating black person, he'll be sitting there drinking beers with them and saying, yeah, black men are lazy, man. I'm the exception and everything like that. That's a race trader right there. Somebody basically who knows their people, right, and knows that, no, bro. If you come down to anything, right, the shipyard, everything, the construction, everything, who gets the job done? Black crews. You know, what I see in Virginia right here, it's the black crews that get the jobs done. You know, the paving, everything like that. It's mostly black men that do the construction here in Virginia, you know, particularly on the East Coast of the United States, right? But they have this idea that black men are lazy, right? Because of what they see in social media, the media, and stuff like that, you know, like this. But they completely, what they'll do is they'll go by a whole crew of black people working hard, right? And they'll blurt that out of their mind to keep their thing. That's power. That's because white people have power. If you're lazy because we say you're lazy. It's up to me, up to you to keep proving yourself to me that you're not lazy. Now, who's lazy? You got counties in Virginia, right, in West Virginia, that 99% white, 99% perceived welfare, social, but nobody talks about that. There's a county in Kentucky, right, where the majority of people on food stamps, and it's 99% white and Republican. But the narrative is white people are so hardworking and all this stuff like this. But it's mostly people of color and black people who do most of the physical, hard work, dangerous work in America. A white man won't work a job for 12, 13 hours an hour. He won't do that. If you see a white man working, right, this is how they do it, right? You go down to the shipyard, Newport News and everything, and up until a few years ago, back when I first moved here, there was this big uproar when I first moved here at the shipyard, right? With the government contracts, where they clean the ships, they build the ships, everything like that in Newport News, and they clean the ships. Majority of shipyard workers are black men, you know, and women, okay? Now, the white guys, when they get a contract, right, they get paid 5 times more what the black person's doing. And they say, how do you do that? Because they get grandfather clause, but where the admiral or somebody in the power will give them a separate contract right there. Like I remember, never forget this one guy in a bar. I used to go to. Well, you learn a lot when you go to these little dive redneck bars and you sit there and talk to these people, right? He says, man, this was back in 20 years ago, 2003, right? This guy goes, yeah, man, brother, man, I'm in a contract, the thing, because I was talking about getting into real estate at the time, right? He said, man, he goes, I'm upset. He goes, I make $55 an hour, right? He goes, I get like 20 hours a week of overtime for doing really nothing, you know. He goes, and I got a grandfather, I got a, what they call an old boy grandfather clause, right? Because his uncle or grandfather was an admiral in the Navy. So they got a special contract. And he told me about his vacation pay. He talked about this Cadillac healthcare plan he has. And he has all this stuff. He's sitting there drinking beers and whatnot. And I said to myself, and he's working on shipyard with these black guys, right? But his contract, what he's getting, and that they used to do that all the time, all throughout the South, right? They always tell you, don't ever discuss your pay, because they pay white people way more for doing way less. But nobody ever talks about that. And this is why we talk about, when we talk about defending our people and everything, you got to stand up for your people. These people basically want to create this idea of black people lazy, right? Why? Because they have every intentions of taking more from us in the future. You know, black people, black men that get contracts and everything from the government, they always want to lowball them. The white guy gets a contract from the government and all that. He's getting all these perks and everything like that, and going along with it and everything. But the white guy gets hired and everything. He's getting everything handed to him and everything. Black man gets a contract or gets a job from the government. He's getting the bare minimum. You know, he's getting the bare minimum. And so when people come up with these ideas that black men are lazy, what it is a lot of black men are tired of the bullshit. They want to basically, the black working man, they want to basically drive us into the freaking ground and everything like that, and basically beat us with this idea that we're lazy so we can work hard, work ourselves to death for them, to keep making them richer. So this nonsense about black men being lazy is a lie. It's a farce. And then whatever they was able to give us, we were still able to build for generations our own communities and everything. On the nickels and dimes they give us. And we still got black men who got a retirement and pension and 401k and stuff like this. But it's nothing like the white boys got, but that's what we settle for. That's what civil rights gave us. We're going to give you a job and opportunity and everything, but your communities are not going to look like our communities. You know, you look at the white communities, right? And the white guys, when they're doing the same work. Well, their job is a specialist job. Okay, this guy's a welder. This guy's doing this. This guy's an electrician. Well, he's an electrician. You know, they'll give him a certain title because they'll give him a certain. You got to take some course, wherever. Like they'll always give the white guy some extra training to justify paying them more. See, if you're not in the workforce or you're not around black people, you're not around real black people, you don't know this goes on, and it goes on to this day. And black people start speaking up when they pull that lazy card. Black people just want free shit. They want lazy and everything like that. They're just lazy. They're lazy. So that's what we're talking about tonight. You know, self-hating black people who will spread misinformation about us and everything like that. But they call themselves Pan-Africanists and they call themselves FBA, ADOS, and all that. And they got all this negative shit to say about Black America. You know, Kala, do you think that's far accurate construct the relationship to white people based on victim mentality? So look, the bottom line is this: it doesn't matter. We keep talking about self-definition. You can have all self-definition all you want. You are what the white man says you are in America. The white man just said, he's talking to a black guy, obviously a man with a white family and everything. He's sitting there trying to convince a black man that he's lazy. Well, as long as white people have the power over us, as long as white people work together with enemies of black people and enemies on the African continent who hate us and everything, we're never going to get any place. The only self-definition is when the black man in North America and the Caribbean have self-determination, full self-determination, and a nation of our own. And then we call the shots, and then we're basically building for ourselves. Because the white man's always going to put this negative, that's how he keeps black people under control. He uses the problems in Black America to discredit Black America. He uses black people. He knows what he's doing by letting these criminals. He knows by giving record deals and TV shows glorifying crime and everything like that. They do that on purpose because that's what they want. That's how they control black people. All the guns in Black America, where people are hostage in their own community right now. You know, that's what that's done by design, on purpose. And the end game is this: the person behind this is the freaking white man. You just saw it just now, you know, and then you wonder why we call the white man the devil, because he's not going to let you live this life in America and be happy and being peaceful. He's always going to have it in your mind that you're this, you're that, and we begin to believe it. And a lot of people are taking that defeat mentality to the African continent. Hey, Bomani, can you play the next video, the top black neighborhoods? And we've internalized failure and self-hate so much, right, that when you ask the person, right, when you start talking about black success in America, what is it? Oh, boule, y'all bougie, y'all boule. So we basically, when black people do achieve and do have success and everything, they are more hated than the white man that's oppressing you. Black people are not supposed to have shit. They're not supposed to achieve anything.
All right. Is this the video you're talking about?
No. It's a video that says black hoods in top. I don't know why they said hoods, but the black hoods in America, cleanest black hoods.
All right.
Let me give it to you again.
All right. So also I got Amara that's in the backstage.
Oh Lord.
So we can bring him on or we can drop him.
Tell him to hang on. I got to talk about this topic right here. You know, this is very important.
I'm sure he can hear you. So, brother, hold tight. All right. So this is it right here, right?
And I'm gonna read some of the comments in the section. The comments are gonna shock you. You know. You would think people say, yeah, these are nice black neighborhoods and whatnot, you know, and it's black people in America have internalized their own self-hate, you know, and criticizing this.
All right, let's go.
Media is often the poorest areas that get the most airtime. But in reality, many black people live in neighborhoods that are among the richest in the country. And these aren't neighborhoods with mostly white people. These communities are majority black populations with high median household incomes. With all that said, here are some of the richest black areas in the country. Number 10. Wheatley Heights, New York. Wheatley Heights is a suburb of New York City. It has a population of about 4,942. Most of the residents own their own homes. The people that primarily live there are young professionals and families. The schools in the area are among the best in the city. It's one of the safest communities in the New York City area, and you're close to restaurants, parks, and stores. Most residents feel safe here and encounter friendly people who say hello when walking by. By all accounts, if you're looking for a good place to live in New York City, this is the place to be. 52% of the population is black, and the median household income is $110,000. Number 9. Olympia Fields, Illinois. Olympia Fields is a suburb of part of the Chicago metro area, with a population of about 4,821. It's home to a lot of retirees. While Chicago tends to get a bad reputation for crime, this area is considered a safe community. Residents describe the area as quiet with a lot of parks. A lot of the African Americans living in this neighborhood are college educated. You should be aware that you'll likely need a car to get around, and it's not the most walk-friendly area. Neighbors have been described as friendly and welcoming. 73% of the residents are black, and the median household income is around $119,000. Number 8. Sherwood Forest, Michigan. Almost half the residents in Sherwood Forest have a master's degree or higher. That should tell you all you need to know about how rich the community is. Sherwood Forest is a suburb of part of the Detroit metro area. Over 2/3 of the entire community has a college degree. The population is about 2,214, and the median home value is about $329,000. If you can afford a home in the area, renting isn't too bad either, with a median rent about $921. The community is described as having an urban feel. The houses in the area have a nice old-time look to them. About 78% of the population is black, and the median household income is $125,000. Number 7. Mitchellville, Maryland. The first of many entries from Maryland on this list is Mitchellville. It's a suburb of part of the Washington, D.C. area with a population of about 11,547. Mitchellville is a part of the Prince George County, which is well known for having many rich black communities. Residents describe the area as having a real community feel to it. One person said as their dad was working on a patio, some neighbors came by and helped him finish it in a few days. Wherever you are in Mitchellville, you won't be far from a shopping center or a school. The black population in Mitchellville is 84%, and the median household income is $125,000. Number 6. Highland Beach, Maryland. The story of Highland Beach, Maryland is pretty interesting. Charles Douglas, the son of well-known abolitionist Frederick Douglass, was turned away from a restaurant at the Bay Ridge Resort. When he encountered the Brashear family, he found out they owned some land in the area. He purchased 2/3 of it with help from his dad, and the area would become known as Highland Beach. It would attract a lot of educated blacks. Many of the residents there today are descendants of the original settlers. The black population is around 53%, and the median household income is about $131,000. Number 5. Bowie, Maryland. Bowie is a suburb of Washington, D.C. with a population of about 58,400. It's another area that's a part of the wealthy Prince George County. Most residents have described the area as having great schools and low crime. Some residents say that the area can have some heavy traffic at times. Overall, people view the city as a family-friendly community. The job market is pretty good, and housing prices aren't considered to be that expensive. The black population is about 53%, and the median household income is $132,000. Number 4. Ladera Heights, California. Ladera Heights is a suburb of Los Angeles with a population of about 6,620. The area features a lot of parks, coffee shops, and restaurants. It's home to a lot of retirees, and the schools are considered to be above average. This area is considered to be a part of the well-known Black Beverly Hills. Some famous residents who've lived in this neighborhood include actress Vanessa Williams and former professional basketball player Lisa Leslie. Owning a home here will typically cost you around $1 million, and rent will cost you around $2,000. The Black population is about 72%, and the Black median household income is about $134,000. Number 3. Lakeview, New York. Lakeview is a suburb of New York City with a population of about 6,100. It's considered to have a more rural feel compared to other suburbs in the city. The area has bars, parks, coffee shops, and restaurants. A house in this area will cost you around $379,000, or if you choose to rent, it'll cost you around $2,700. Over 90% of the residents own their own homes. Residents describe the area as a small community that's family-friendly, walkable, and peaceful. It's not too far from Buffalo if you want to take a trip there. The Black population is about 79%, and the median household income is around $146,000. Number 2. Fairwood, Maryland. Fairwood is a suburb of Washington, D.C. that has a population of about 6,200. It's the third city on this list located in Prince George County. Homes in this area cost around $514,000, and rent will cost you around $2,900. As far as entertainment activities, you aren't far from Six Flags and the Bowie Town Center. It's considered a quiet, safe community with decent schools. The Black population is around 79%, and the median household income is around $163,000. And number 1. Brock Hall, Maryland. Brock Hall is the fourth city on our list located in Prince George County. It's a suburb of Washington, D.C., and the population is about 12,100. The neighborhood has a lot of parks in the area, and it is considered to have a sparse suburban feel. The area is home to a lot of young professionals and families. A house in this community will cost you around $426,000, or if you rent, it will cost you around $2,100. Much like the other cities from Prince George County, it's conveniently close to a lot of major cities and attractions that you or your family can enjoy. The Black population is around 89%, and the median household income is around $166,000. These were the wealthiest Black communities in America. Are there any cities left out of this list? Let us know in the comments. Feel free to share this video and subscribe to our channel. This is Top Tips, tipping you off.
And I noticed something, right? When you have Black people like in a wealthy middle class, they seem to network and get along and build with each other more than people who actually should be networking, like the lower class and the poor people, you know? These people are independent. They got money together. They invest with each other. They help each other out and stuff like this, you know? And so when they basically make it, and the people sitting behind with their dusty ass talking points when I talk about, oh man, why you chose? I'm gonna read some of these comments, you know.
Okay, perfect. Let me go back and pull up the comments.
Oh, you can pull up the comments, right? Yeah.
Yes, let me do that real quick.
Oh yeah, so everybody think I'm not lying.
Okay, perfect. Yeah, lots of comments. Perfect. Let me get this set.
A video like that should allude beauty and yes or not, but watch these comments, you know.
I think that's one of the first ones right there. Hopefully.
I don't think we can see it. Can you enlarge it?
That is large.
Okay. He said, somebody said, should y'all be broadcasting this? Huh? The first comment, should y'all be broadcasting this? Then somebody says, they hate competition, but try to burn it down. So basically, don't build nothing because the white man gonna burn it down, you know? And then Queen Maria says, basically, Maryland's for wealthy blacks. I live in Maryland. Let's see. Scroll down the replies to her. All right. Definitely need more money because homes cost way over market. No, that's what they cost. Get your money up. I'll say somebody said, I feel like this information should be secret. They know they don't like seeing. This is what I'm talking about. These scary ass black people. We gotta. This should be secret. Like this scary ass black people. These scary ass black people who think they're being oppressed. Check us out. Drop down her comments. The comments under her.
The reply. Gotcha.
Yeah. Okay. You ain't lying. Drives them insane. Who's them? I was thinking the same thing. Goofy ass people. Black people are not a monolith. The group, very different mindset. Telling the truth. Okay. Scroll up a little bit. Okay. I thought it was just me. More replies. Go hit the more replies. View more. Gentrification around the corner. You're right. Gentrification around the corner. This is what I'm talking about. Doom and gloom. Doom and gloom. I don't know what's happening with well-established community. Unfortunately, been my neighborhood in the city and it's happening. All doom and gloom. You know what the problem is? Why don't you guys build families, get married, and when I have children and get your savings and everything, you can have the same thing. The Indians say Indians have the highest income because they're married, they're families. And also they have extended families living under one roof. Black people are not anonymous. We're not dead last. Good. That's a good comment. That's good.
Gentrification is happening.
Yeah, the gentrification is happening. Yeah, they're sitting around worrying about gentrification. Langside, New Jersey. There's a lot of communities that weren't mentioned on it. They didn't mention Sag Harbor, Long Island, which is a black enclave, not too far from the Hamptons. I want to read some of the negative comments. Scroll down. Okay. Gentrification coming if they don't destroy. Yeah. All this freaking doom and gloom. The gentrification coming. Yeah. While they're sitting there sharing their lunch with their roaches and whatnot, talk about gentrification's coming, But a bunch of check this. Oh, check this. This is my favorite.
That's a good comment right here.
Okay, thanks for sharing, but this is a bunch of swank places that uppity blacks will live with average income of 120. That isn't helpful for most. What? Bomani, now you know what I'm talking about, right? Okay, there you go. So they'd rather show us blacks as low-income hoodies. So they're constantly showing blacks in America as negative, always poor as helpful. High crime isn't a diamond. It says high crime areas isn't a world I know, but what to see constantly is high and low income, no realistic medium at all. That's not really high income. $120,000 is nothing. To achieve.
I mean, if you got two people in the house making $75,000 a year, you're good.
$80,000 a year, you got 120. That's why a lot of people do it. They got 2-income household. A lot of black women are poor because they want to be single. I'm single, all the single ladies, and they wonder why their social status hasn't wrecked. Hi, my hubby isn't burst, but I'm just saying it came to blacks wasn't considered having decent good as a norm. I promote black people as a norm. And somebody said uppity. Wow. There are many they call hoods. Why call black neighborhoods? They shouldn't have called it hoods. I know that. Somebody said Humboldt, Texas, suburb of Houston, has upper income, middle class black people. I don't know. Continue to move in silence. We could be doing silence. Silence, nothing, man. If you got it, flaunt it. White people do. Everybody else do. Yeah, you can't. When an African comes over here and he achieves something, man, they on TikTok. Look at my house. Look what I achieved and whatnot. It's almost like you think only Africans and Caribbeans have nice shit in America. Black America, we're ashamed to show our freaking success. That's the sad part. Destroy it. They don't want to live good. They don't want us to live good. All this negativity. You'll never see this on TV. However, thank you for sharing. Sure, you should be broadcasting this before white supremacy, the big boogeyman, white supremacy. blacks need to start becoming more aware of this. Mitchell Deck said you shouldn't be broadcasting this before white supremacists come and bomb these places. The government's gonna come and bomb these places. We're dealing with self-hate and friggin' idiots, you know, that dominate YouTube and TikTok. You know, stupid black people got all the friggin' airspace. You know, the media would never show this. The media's not job is to sell this, right? Their job is to make it seem like we're all ghetto, we're all lazy, and everything. That's what they do. You know, and you got whole movements. Everybody build their platforms around black people, and they wonder why they're not getting any support. They build their whole platforms around black people just tired, broke, destitute, and everything like that. Let's do something. Let's go to Africa. You know, dumb niggas. You know, white people, they see blacks don't have anything nice. We don't care about white people anymore. You know, don't give a shit. You know, Sherwood Forest is not a city, suburb of Detroit. About time, showing us as a poor hood. Bald Hills, California, just add that to your list. You know, none in the South. Yeah, which we call this black communities in North Carolina. They ain't showing it in North Carolina. There's a lot of communities in North Carolina, in Chapel Hill and stuff like that. You know, they said, you know, the top known. You know, black 50s. I heights visible. So in Delaware got a lot of nice black communities too. You know, you're gonna get people killed. See this shit? This is what you're dealing with. You're gonna get people killed by showing nice black neighborhoods, you know? And then when you say, let's build an Afrikstan. No, I'm right here. My ancestors were here. You know, America's my home and whatnot. But you're just saying that the white man's gonna come and burn what you just built. You know? Like I said, we can't sit back and listen to anything what Negroes say anymore, you know, because they're all full of shit. All right, you want to bring on Amar? Is he still there?
I doubt it. He is. He must love you.
Yeah. So bring him on. Let's see what he has to say.
Greetings, Amara. Temne royalty. Welcome to Pan-Africanism towards nationhood.
Hello.
What's on your mind, brother?
Hello, how you doing? Yeah, I seen your notification, and I was gonna get to it. I was on the road, and somebody texted me and told me something. Carlos made an accusation about me. I'm not to start off on a negative note, but I need to set the record straight.
Yeah, what did the first say? What the person say? I said.
Nah. Listen, that's what I'm saying. Listen, I've never been or slept with a white girl. I don't have to.
I never said that. Bomani said that.
I was born. Listen, I was born in the United States, and I can choose what women I want to choose. Only two women I ever had. Listen, only two women I ever had in my life are African women and Black American women, and I married African woman. I never had to do nothing extra. Okay, so let's set the record straight. Now, coming to on the positive side on these videos you show, okay, that's great positivity.
What happened?
Well, I didn't drop him. He has that cheap mobile phone, and it got disconnected.
He's probably using Lone Star for Liberia or MTN. You know, come here and get some T-Mobile, bro. Yeah, get your Amara.
With all that money you're working, man, get you some better internet and get you a better phone. Let me see what they got going on in the comments. He's back. He's coming back.
Amara, you gotta get yourself a better network, bro.
Yeah, man, make sure you pay your phone bill.
Yeah. On a positive note, I know a lot of Black neighborhoods. Over here in North Carolina, we got a couple. Then it was one in Landover, Maryland, which is huge. I know a lady that she and her husband, a Black lady, she and her husband had $1 million business. They were speakers this motivational speakers and stuff. So they had their business, and they had a $720,000 home. But she had to move to Houston, Texas, because somebody broke in to steal in a car to steal a GPS. The number one thing about these nice black neighborhoods, they don't protect them. The police, you don't see the police out there. Like, for example, South Park. I was just on South Park, which is the best neighborhood in Charlotte, North Carolina. I was just out there where the police was tailgating me. The police cut the lights down, reading my place, thinking I'm some riffraff or whatever. I'm not clean. So I slowed it down by the red light so he can read good. And see, first of all, I'm driving a $65,000 car, and I earn it. You know what I'm saying? I'm supposed to be around this neighborhood.
I mean, the police are going to tailgate you because they probably think that you're a criminal or something. They don't expect a black man like you to have that kind of money.
Yeah, they don't think I can do that. But you don't get that in Landover, Maryland. You don't have police driving behind, you know what I'm saying, any black person coming through there because it's all black. You see what I'm trying to say? So that's why a lady like that would have a $725,000. She and her husband had a $725,000 home, but they broke into our car and stole a GPS.
That would make me move. You know, I'd be like, hell with that. I'm staying.
Yeah, she moved. They moved to Houston, Texas. You see what I'm trying to say? So, yeah, that is there. Black excellence is there. Is there. People work hard. Like out here in Charlotte, North Carolina, it's a neighborhood called Weddington, which is between 500,000-600,000 to $1 million. You see black people, husband and wife, fighting it, even though they give you the look. You go to the stop sign, people walking their dog, they give you the look, they bend their neck to see. That's why I stopped and bend my neck again. You had a stop sign, this white lady, she was walking the dog, big old dog. I got to the stop sign, the dog pulling her back. She bending her neck to see who was in the car. So I slowed down and bent my neck again. So let us see who was in the car. So
Did you roll the windows down? Roll the windows down.
No, I didn't have to, but I bent my neck. Like, let's take a good look at each other. Let's take a good look at each other for a little bit. It was the guy in the back that started blowing his horn. That's why I moved. But we was going to be at the stop sign for a minute, staring at each other.
Yeah, she's probably trying to holler at you. You know, she probably like a big.
No. She's trying to bend her neck to see. I'm not supposed to be in a place like that. So she bent her neck to see. They give you that look. Out here in North Carolina, when they think you ain't supposed to be in a neighborhood like that, they stare at you. Don't come to Charlotte, North Carolina, man. They got a nasty habit, these white people out here, staring at you because they think these neighborhoods are just for them.
Well, what kind of car was you driving? What kind of car was you driving? You said $65,000. What kind of vehicle was it?
I got a Mercedes truck.
You got a Mercedes truck, one of the nice ones or one of the old ones?
No, mine is a little bit older, but it still was looking at me.
So what you got? Well, you got like a 2005?
No, I got a 2008.
Man, that's an old car, man. Nobody should be bothering you, man.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's an old car, but nobody should be looking at me. But they're still looking at me, though.
So why do you pay so much money for an old car? Now, I could have got you about 200. I could have got you 2 nice Toyota Camrys for that price, brand new.
No, I don't drive Toyota Camrys. I drive Mercedes.
Hey, you good to drive a Camry? Hey, what's going on, brother?
I don't see what's wrong with Toyota Camry, you know.
I think first you got ripped off. I think they saw you coming.
Yeah, they saw you coming.
Okay. Either way, but that's what it is. They they think you ain't supposed to be in a neighborhood like that. You see what I'm trying to say?
Right.
But the bottom line is those black people, coming back to the Africa question, black people that are comfortable in America are not gonna go to Africa. You see what I'm trying to say? They will.
No.
Listen, when you go into Africa, it comes out two ways. So some people, if they're comfortable in America, husband and wife making 6 figures, and they bring it together and they can buy a big old home and the kids and enroll the kids in nice schools and stuff like that, and they pay for the school. Some people live on golf courses and stuff like that. If they're not comfortable in America, they're gonna replace what they're doing in America in Africa.
Right. Well, let me ask you a question.
If they can't replace it, no, but listen. If they can't replace, it's not only Black Americans that think like that. It's also some continental Africans that have come to America that are comfortable.
Oh, they ain't trying to go back.
They're gonna if they're making that move to Africa, they're gonna replace what they're making. You see what I'm trying to say? You see, people like me, I look at a bigger picture. You see, people, we own all that land and we cultivating it. Like when I told you I'm here, my cousin, me and my cousin came together and said we're gonna step it up to another level. We were selling my parents and my grandparents were selling the stuff from our farm locally. We were trying to make it big, internationalize it. You see what I'm trying to say? So we look at the potential of our family business being way bigger than any job we will have here in America. You see, so you sacrifice and put in the work and investments into our land and blow it up so it can be one of these big companies people work for over here. You see what I'm trying to say? Other people are not going to do, they look at it as a sacrifice. They're not going to put in the work, but they'll work for a white man in corporate America because the money is guaranteed. You see what I'm saying? Like what we doing, they look at it as a risk. With me, I'm never comfortable, bro. Not because I come from a family that is royal lineage and we had somewhat money. That's not the point. The point is I came over here and I'm working for the white man. Some of these white people, you know, you listen to them, I'm 6 times smarter than you. You know, I could do better than you, but I gotta subjugate myself for a resume. Because one of the things that my parents were telling me, lay low, build your resume, build your experience. Your country needs your experience. And I ain't that the white man, you're 6 times smarter than the white man, or you haven't seen much. But we need as much experience from outside the world as we can to come back. People need to come back to build your country. That's why most people are doing it. But some people look at it as a sacrifice. Some people say, when the thing really blows up real big, let me in. They don't want to do the legwork. They don't want to do the sacrifice. So people get comfortable. You see what I'm saying? You gotta have love for Africa, 1. 2, you gotta see bigger pictures. A lot of people don't see a bigger picture. You see what I'm saying? They're stuck, they settle. They don't want to take too much risk. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah,
so it takes a particular criteria. Yeah, go ahead.
That's your question. Now, what I'm saying is, I do see a lot of Black people from America going to countries like Botswana, South Africa, and they're basically able to transition to what they were making in America to a country like South Africa. You look at Mark Blanton in The Real South Africa, and you look at shows like movies like Blacks Without Borders and whatnot. They basically, Eugene Jackson said he tried to get his World African Network started in Atlanta. It didn't work. He took his capital of $30 million and went to Durban, and he built a big house, a farm. He built a bunch of businesses, and also he built a shopping center and everything like that. So he did really good in South Africa because the opportunity was there, you know. And then they had this one lady that was a lawyer, and she went to South Africa. I forgot what she said she does in South Africa, right? But she said she had a law firm in Chicago that was pulling down $1 million a year. She was making $1 million a year. And then when her kids grew up, she said she wanted to live in Africa, so she went to South Africa. So it's not It's Africa. I think it's all about the particular country. I do believe countries like Angola could be a game changer for the black people in America because there's opportunity there because it has a lot of wealth and the oil industry, the diamond industry, and the tech industry and stuff like that. So it's all about the country in Africa that you choose to go to.
No, I don't believe that. Why I say that? I'm giving my reasons. I give my reasons. Those people, I'm telling you, it takes a particular type of person, period. Whether you're continental African or you are diaspora. You know what I'm saying? It takes a particular type of person to seize opportunity.
We have the people already doing it. I already know.
No, but you don't understand what I'm saying. Those people seen opportunity and seized it. It's not for everybody. Not everybody does that.
I'll be the first to tell you I agree with that, right? But what the topic of tonight is there's a lot of people who go into Africa, right, with nothing to contribute, right? And they have a negative opinion of, that's why we played that video, of Black America, right? They're not the black people in America who are successful in America, right? And they go into Africa basically cursing. Not only talk about America, you're also being disrespectful to the black people who achieved in America. You know, I believe in being a keeper. You know, if black people are successful, right, they may not be a Pan-Africans, right, but I'm going to respect the fact that they're able to take that community show and build a life for themselves and work hard and do everything right and live right. If they want, that's what they choose to live, that's fine. Now, the Pan-African world has to understand that, right, until there is real opportunity on the African continent, right, until we create that Afrikstan, until we create those industries and infrastructure and everything, where Africa could become like a Dubai and stuff like this. I had a couple of my agents just got back, on their way back from Dubai. They had a ball. Now, you look at the history of Dubai. Dubai was just nothing but desert and sand. But how is it that they were able to get billionaires to come there and live and everything like that, you know, with just oil money? Nigeria had way more oil than Dubai did, but they took their oil and they built those cities, you know, of Dubai. But the Africans had the same oil and wealth and didn't do that with, so they could not bring people to their shores to really take it to the next level.
Okay, you know? Let me answer the question. Yes, it varies from country to country. Some countries' infrastructure are better than other because you need infrastructure for business. 25 electricity, access to water supply, access to good roads,
internet,
lower tax policies, the enabling environment that helps businesses flourish, regardless if they're Africans of diaspora or African, continental, or anybody across the board. You see what I'm trying to say? The conditionalities for you to have a successful business, is there. Okay, that's on one hand. On other countries that are underdeveloping is what is called the low-hanging fruit. You see what I'm saying? It doesn't cost much like a country like Gambia or Sierra Leone or Liberia. These smaller countries that have huge potential, but you don't put them in the same criteria of a country like South Africa. Now, South Africa, as much as you can say is a highly developed country, it got saturated markets. Most of those markets are saturated. You see what I'm trying to say? Like from the black perspective, they do placements. That's why most South Africans look for jobs. They don't look to be entrepreneurs. Whilst other countries, they're underdeveloped, and you have your own experiences, you can come in and grab some low-hanging fruits. That's why across the board, look at Indians and Chinese. They're deployed in all over. They'll be deployed in Sierra Leone, but then they'll be deployed in South Africa. They're deployed in places like Kenya, then they're deployed in places like Liberia. Across the board, they take opportunities and take advantage of each situation. Each situation is unique. You see what I'm trying to say? So you can't paint just the people in South Africa. You can't. It's not a one-size-fits-all situation. If it takes a particular type of a black person, period, or person, period, to look at a country and look at the landscape and take advantage. That's what I'm trying to tell you. like what my granddaddy did and my daddy did, I see bigger potential, 100 times, 1,000 times than what we and my cousin can do. Do you see where I'm coming from? Because some other people, they'll be like, oh, if this is what is on the ground, well, I can't work with this situation. I gotta be in places like South Africa. But places like South Africa, Egypt, they got highly saturated markets. Highly saturated markets. Once you have other places like Sierra Leone, Liberia, even places like Ghana, they have industries that are underdeveloped. You see what I'm trying to say? You come in, you test the temperature of the landscape, and you can do it from a small scale basis and blow it on a shoestring. You see what I'm trying to say? And blow it up. The potential is there. But look at our farm. My granddaddy, we had what is called cutlasses. People use cutlasses and these African rudimentary instruments. That's what my granddaddy started with. My daddy brought in machines. Me and my cousin are trying to have bigger machines where the people do not have to do any kind of labor whatsoever. You see what I'm trying to say? So the potential is there. Look at the Indians and Chinese and Lebanese. They're in every one of these places. They didn't say, oh, this place is not that good for me. No. They see potential in every one of these African countries. And so that's what it is. It takes a particular type of person to see the potential and take advantage of it. Even look at Bomani here. Okay, you go to a place like Ghana. Just look at the land. I'm not there. I wasn't there when Bomani was there. But let me put Bomani in my shoes. And you see a bare land. No electricity connection, no water connection, no roads, no nothing. But in the back of your mind, you see you see El Dorado. I could put this over here. I could build a technology institute over here. I could build homes over here. I could build this to the right-hand side, could be this. To the left. That's what you need, visionaries, pioneers. It takes a particular kind of person to go over there and succeed across the board. And you don't have to shit on. It's racism in America. It's all the things that they do to you to hold you back in America. Okay, but I think if you're comfortable in America and you achieved a lot, why would you worry about somebody going over to Africa saying, "Oh, America is a racist country, is this and that and that"? You have your own achievements. They're not talking about you. You are you. You see what I'm trying to say? You achieved what you achieved. If that person's experience is bad.
Let me say this. My whole thing is, like I said, we're dedicated towards Pan-African, towards nationhood, right? I'm just saying that that we don't want to export mediocrity to the African continent. We want to show Africans what. That's why we play top 20 black businesses in America, and so depict the African's mind that there are people. And I'm gonna say something. The problem is that there's a disconnect between Black America and Black excellence. You know, we didn't have that before. We used to have magazines like Black Enterprise. We used to have Ebony magazine. So you felt when you opened up Black Enterprise or Ebony or Essence, you felt a part of when somebody give their story and they said, "Yeah, I faced racism, but I got this contract now for building this and everything." So you feel inspired. I was inspired for all the Black success I saw in America, right? I'm always inspired. I had my first business, right, when I was 24 years old. And when I was 28, I had two businesses, right? I had owned a car wash and I owned a restaurant at the age of 28. That's because I believed in my success. I believed that despite racism and everything, I could overcome that. And that's what I did at a young age. You know, I had my own business and I was successful. I always had my own business and did my own thing here when I moved to Virginia, you know. And so what I'm saying is I think because I used to admire people like John Johnson. I read Reginald Lewis's book, Watching the White Guys Have All the Fun. And so I had role models, you know, that I look at in Black America for inspiration. What we're trying to say tonight is there's a lot of people who don't have this. And also, did you hear those comments I was reading from that video that we played? Right?
Yeah, I mean, one that stood out was the Black Wall Street fear. Fear of Black Wall Street.
The black people who think like that, right? Who think there's going to be another Black Wall Street, but those are the black people that are a problem, and those are the black people who unfortunately are going to the continent. They go into the continent. Oh, I got to get out of America because white man's going to get me. The white boogeyman's going to get me. You know, and they get to the continent, right, and they expect all this love and support and everything. When that doesn't happen, they get angry and they come back to America. Fuck Africa, you know, like this. Well, they caught between a rock and a hard place because they didn't try to succeed in America, and they weren't inspired by Black success in America. That's what gets me going when I see other Black people succeeding and everything like that. You know, when I was a young man and I was getting into like the Black conscious movement and everything, and I'm talking, and I fell into that trap of the white man thing. Then I would see other young men my age, right, with nice cars, with a job, a career, and everything. And I used to hate that. Oh, you a sellout. You a sellout. I was part of that too. Then I realized that, you know, I have to change myself and better myself, right? And of course, the white man did us wrong. Of course, there's racism out there. But what happens is a lot of people, Black people in America, withdraw from the world, and they end up withdrawing from Black society. They don't want to build anything with Black society either. So they can have an excuse why they're failing in life, right? And like I said, and they think that Africa is going to save them. That's not the case. Everything that Bomani and I have been telling you, that the Black people who actually make it in Africa, right, are the people who were already successful in America. They found an opportunity in Africa. They got exclusive contract and everything. And they built something in Africa because they won in America, and now they're winning in Africa. And so that's what we're trying to say. We're saying we need people that are winners. You know, winners are going to take that winning spirit to the African continent, and they'll be able to go to a country like Sierra Leone, Liberia. And I got people right now that are in Liberia doing very well. You know.
Okay. Let me answer this question. Okay, in America, I see that a lot because I've been around. I dated a lot of Black women, and the right type of Black women. So, the right type of Black women. You understand what I'm saying? Someone went to school together, and you know we work together in the same place and stuff like that. And I see that a lot. What I see is in America anyway, the Black people that do really well don't mess with the people that struggle. They don't do that anyway. So I knew that when they went to Africa, if they didn't, what they didn't do in America, they're not going to do it in Africa. There's certain people who make a certain amount of dollar figure, make a certain amount of money, and have a certain level of education, do not mess with Pookie and Ray Ray kind of people. I know that. I see that in America, and I knew they were not going to do it in Africa. I know that.
Oh, well, why did you, Amara, if you knew that, right?
No, but listen, let me finish.
Why were you sound the alarm? Why didn't you get out there and say, bro, you're not doing it right?
No, but listen, let me finish. Why
did you say you didn't want to see people fail so you can get a good laugh?
No, let me finish. I knew going into Africa, you got two sets of Black people going into Africa. Okay? Just like you said, the man that struggled and the man that work at a Walmart or Amazon or FedEx pushing packages every hour. And then you got the guy that got education, got married, and he and his wife making combined $200,000 or whatever. You understand what I'm saying? They got two kinds. I knew that. But what I'm trying to say, you see, the guy and his wife that's making $200,000, you have less of them going to Africa. You see what I'm saying? They're so comfortable in America that amongst them, it's only the people that want more than the $200,000. They see more than that money. They see more than living in a nice black neighborhood, high income neighborhood, and the kids enrolling in nice schools, and and they're well behaved and highly educated. They want more than that. You see what I'm saying? So they seek something elsewhere. You see what I'm saying? If me and my wife making $200,000 a year, and we can have our own multi-million-dollar business in Africa. You see what I'm saying? We can do it. You got less of those people. You see what I'm saying? The people that struggle
right now in
the people that struggle. No, let me finish. The people that struggle every day, paycheck to paycheck, barely making it and whatever, they're looking for an out. I know it doesn't make any sense, because if you go into Africa, you need money. You need an income. You need some kind of business over there, something bringing in income. That's why, like Dinah's to me, I tell people, look, visit first, test the temperature of the landscape, see if something. It's a long moving back to Africa, even for continental Africans. Who say we come to Africa. If our parents did not lay the foundation for me to make it smooth sailing, it would have been difficult for me. You see what I'm trying to say? That's why even continental Africans don't just jump and go back to Africa. No, you have to have things lined up. You have your ducks lined up in a row. You see what I'm trying to say?
Yeah. Let me get in here. Look, I've been saying that for a long time. Observation, like a lot of my Liberian friends and whatnot, they're like this. They ain't giving up that U.S. passport. They go to Liberia. They got houses they're building. They're like this, and nothing on that thing when I'm talking to them. I don't ask them, but nothing they talk about. Yeah, man, a couple of years, they got that. They said, until I get that retirement check, until I got this, then I'll go over there. Even when they do finally go back to Liberia, they got to make sure they can come back to the United States and do stuff like that. My Uncle Steve, my wife's uncle, Steve, right? He has like 2 houses in Liberia, nice houses in Liberia, Borogo, and everything like that. But the bottom line is he's back in Minnesota because he knows he's making money here, but he got money in Liberia too. But the bottom line is this. They don't take off that umbilical cord. It seems like the only people that people want to cut their ties with America, because they say people are getting shot and killed, and Black Americans. These are people who just hate being around, building with other Black people in America. They hate being Black American and everything, and they want to escape, and they basically go to Africa instead of using common sense. The average person that you see, that continental African, they'll stay in America for all their life and a lot of them basically are retiring, staying here, dying here, And so,
no, not in all cases, though. Not in all cases.
Most people I know.
Nah, the thing is, if they don't have something lined up, inheritance like me.
Bro, Mara, even when they got something lined up, right?
No, sir. I don't need my income in America anymore, bro. I gave up my job.
What?
Because
Mara, come on, man.
Yes, sir. I gave up my job because you know why?
Did you talk?
You know why?
Did you talk?
You know why? You ask me why. Ask me why. All my investments in on our land is going to waste if I'm not on the ground.
Are you making money in Sierra Leone right now?
Listen, you know how many acres we have? We have 1,000 acres.
Are you making that money? Is it sustainable?
Of course. My house is fully built on my own.
Right.
My house is on family land. We got plenty of land. I didn't have to pay for land.
Income, so
I build my every time we have a harvest, we make a sale. You want to see how many people are lined up? All the Indian manufacturers that manufacture cosmetics locally buy from us. All the market women buy from us. As soon as sometimes they give us their money ahead of time to stand in line. You see all the market women standing in line on our farm. When we harvest, we're harvesting right now as we speak.
So money, cash in hand. You got a nice plug, you're the exception, brother.
No. They got a lot of people like that family inheritance. They got people that got hotels, people that got different types of businesses that they pass on to. They see a bigger picture than, listen, I know in America, me and my wife, combined will make over 250,000. You see what I'm trying to say? So we bought a house. I see something bigger than that. I see us having a corporate structure on our land. We have thousands of acres. We got swamps and rivers. We got to do something with it. You see what I'm saying? We starting fish farms, shrimp farms, market women. That's where the money is in Africa. People buy stuff every day at the market.
Let me ask you a question, right? Let me ask you a question. I was like in Sierra Leone a couple of months ago. They was having riots because prices went so up, rice and everything like that. And I said to myself, where's Amara at and supplying the market with rice? Why are they importing rice from India?
Yeah, why they're importing the rice from India? Most of these are other. We don't do rice. We do cassava and palm oil. But most of these guys that grow rice, there are thousands of rice farmers. They sell to Guinea and Liberia. That's where all our rice goes. Guinea and Liberia. Plus that, most of those people that live in cities like foreign brands. That's what they grew up on. Foreign brands. With foreign brands, you got to depend on the dollar exchange rate. If the dollar is strong, your money gets less value. You see what I'm trying to say? So if you want to eat your Hershey, you want to eat your Frosted Flakes, you grew up on that. You're dependent on the shocks of the dollar. If the dollar go up and your money does not match your money, the value of the leon goes down, the prices go high. So those people that live in, it was once the major cities. The people that live in the major cities are dependent on imports. They like foreign brands. You see what I'm trying to say? And that's why the president that was there before us had a subsidy. For every time the dollar is strong, he subsidizes imports. And so they could lower the prices. It's a government subsidy targeted at that. This president, when he came to power, he took all those subsidies out and put it on education. He said he's going to build more universities and stuff like that. So the cushion between the shocks of the dollar, it was taken out. So people had to, the prices were high. You see what I'm saying? That's why they don't want this government. They want the old president's policy back then. Hopefully my uncle wins the next election, and he can replace it. He can restore all these subsidies for gas, subsidies for food, all the imports. So anytime the dollar goes up or down or is too strong, so what I'm saying, people don't feel the effects of it in the cities. Like in the countryside, they don't care because they grow everything. They eat. They don't have a food problem, and they don't like foreign brands.
Now, what I want to find out is that once your family gets in power, and if they win, are they going to do the right thing? Because that's the issue that we have.
My uncle, Dr. Samura Kamara, is an economist. He worked at a World Bank. He was a bank governor of Sierra Leone, and he got an extensive. He got his two, just like my dad with our family farm. He got his own portion where he grows a whole bunch of other. He raises goats and a bunch of other agricultural uses. You see what I'm saying? That's all part of all our family land, but he got his own part. He does. Yes, that's the key subsidy right there. You need subsidy to cushion the prices, because these people in the city are not going to give up their addiction to foreign brands. And you need dollars in your bank account, dollars in the system, so merchants could go out and purchase. This is what you do with, like, for example, in our land, I buy fertilizers, right? When they had this Ukraine, the biggest fertilizer producers are Russia and Ukraine. Okay, so when you go to the merchants that you always use to buy fertilizers to grow stuff in our farm, when they place a sanction on Russia, America had sanctions on Russia, so Russia can't sell any fertilizer and stuff like that. And they were destroying Ukrainian factories. The guy, his inventory, he had a large fat inventory of fertilizers. You know how much he was charging? He was charging me 3 times the price. 3 times because of scarcity. You see what I'm trying to say?
I think you saw you come in and overcharged you.
Yeah, because the Russians are banned. Were banned. He gets his sources from his fertilizers from Russia. America put sanctions on Russia so he can't sell anymore. So he was triply pricing his inventory. This harvest is the most horrible harvest we've ever had. This one right here that's going on right now, man. You see what I'm trying to say? We might as well just cut it as a loss. You know, we just need to pay the people in our kingdom that are dependent on jobs. But as far as profits, our profits are going to be so thin, we might as well just call it a year because of the Ukrainian thing. That's what that's what my uncle is doing. Listen, I'm telling you about my uncle, man.
Mar, let me get in here a second.
Yeah, Mar. Yeah, seriously, Mar. You got these long stories, man.
You got. I do. It's a back and forth. What about buying from South Africa? They produce fertilizers. Well, you gonna tell me the World Trade Organization hinders that?
South Africa, I don't know them for producing the biggest
South
producers.
Africa has an extensive.
Well, the merchants I was dealing with, you got to find merchants. You got to do a lot of legwork.
Well,
you got to find somebody. Listen, it's not something you just switch. Listen, it's not something you switch. Somebody you've been dealing with for a long time. Man, you see, that's your problem. You see what I'm trying to say? I build relationships and I build networks. I just don't go finding random South Africans that I've never been dealing with. I just don't do that. We have, and my dad was dealing with that person.
Well, let me ask you a question, Amara, right? What if an African-American Caribbean diaspora living in South Africa tries to broker a deal with you? You're telling me that you...
Listen. First of all, you got to vet people. Just because they're African American or South African or white or Chinese or whoever they are, they got to go through a vetting process. You see what I'm saying? We have to do demonstrations. Whatever they're producing, we have a test case. We have areas in our farm that we test different types of fertilizers that work with the ground. Because not everything that comes from other places works on our ground. You got to test it. We all got a whole testing area right there where we test everything. If it's proven, whatever is proven to grow is what we go by.
Right. Let me ask you a question. Right?
So there's a process.
And the thing, somebody said that the repats, diaspora repats in these countries are not organized. That's a point of tonight's show. They're not organized.
You talking about this comment right here?
Yeah.
Let's make sure we read a comment out for people.
Amara, good work, but repats are not organized or capitalized enough to build industries or compete with Lebanese. That's the problem. You got a lot of repats in Africa. I don't think it's about money. It's the fact that the black people from the diaspora don't see themselves as a group that they could build a pipeline to Africa where they could gather capital.
Let me ask you a question, Kala.
Yeah.
Do they do it here? There's a lot of black
black
people are not united here either.
Oh, I know that, but there are some black people that work together in America, right? Not everybody.
Bruh. If they're not used to doing that in America, they're not going to do it in Africa. They never did. They never did. You don't go force something new on somebody that never did it before.
Well, what about the Buy Black movement in America? That's basically putting
Buy Black movement. Are they Pan-Africanists? Do they like Africa?
This is what I'm talking about. I'm over the idea that somebody has to be Pan-African. It's about opportunity.
Yeah, but they could find opportunity anywhere.
You know what I'm saying, but the bottom line, but I'm saying is this.
Why does he got to be African?
Amar, let me speak, bro. Let me speak. Yeah. I'm saying that if you got black people in America that got businesses and everything, they're just looking for money. They're just looking for opportunity and everything. Us in the Pan-Africanists, we're trying to sell Africa as a place to invest. Why? Because that will help Africa, and that will basically push the Pan-African ideology. That's what we're trying to do. We're saying that if you have you guys are over here making money, there's a lot of black people that pull their money together. They got they build restaurant chains and everything like that in America and everything. But the bottom line, because they're making money, you know, whatever is making money, they're going to do it. But what I'm saying is this, though. If there's opportunity on the African continent, right, and they would do that too, you know, and a lot of them are doing that too. But what I'm saying is, unfortunately, the people who are leading the Pan-African movement, right, are not organized on that level, and they don't know how to bring in people who really don't give a shit about Pan-Africans, right? But they're black and they can make money. I could deal with that. You know, if you're black and everything, I would like to see a black man like Bob Johnson. He's not a Pan-African, but he built a 4-star hotel in Liberia. You know, I'm all for that. He's oh yeah, he saw opportunity. When he talked about Africa, he talked about opportunity. The Blacks Without Borders, they are Black Power, Black Pan-African, but they're doing business, you know. And I'm all for that. You know, you don't have to basically be a RBG waving person to because those are those type of people who talk Pan-African, but they ain't got 2 dimes to rub together. You know, we're moving beyond that.
Okay, let me tell you something, Dinus, from an African perspective. You see, when I look at people like you, people like
this is color Genesis.
Color Genesis. When I look at somebody like Color Genesis, I look at a black man like Color Genesis. Okay, you say you own a car wash and another big restaurant, and you are the outlier.
That was years ago.
Okay, but listen. You are the outlier. Most people in America. Most black people in America don't have businesses; they have jobs.
Yeah, because jobs pay a lot.
they got fine. You know what that tells you?
A job is a great thing to have.
No. Wait a minute. So somebody that had a job all his life in America is not just going to get up and go into business. But it's only somebody like Color Genesis.
There's a growing number. Amara, let me say this, bro. The trend since like the 2000s is. There's a lot of black people we're moving from a working class to an investment class in Black America. It was things like cryptocurrency.
There's still another success. Listen, you put in time for you to get to where you are today, Color Genesis. You put in the time, trials, tribulations, hardship. You understand what I'm saying? To get to where you are today. They might have an idea of being an entrepreneur, but they don't put in the time you have. Do you get it? You see what I'm trying to say?
You're singing to the choir, right? And that's why I'm saying, right? If we could build on, you know, the growing entrepreneur spirit in Black America right now, because this is the first time in history that people are talking about business. Before, if you look at Black America, it was all about getting that good job because good jobs paid. You know, if I was living in Detroit, I wouldn't try to build no mom and pop store. I'm trying to get a job in the factory. I'm trying to move up to supervisor. So in the 80s, I'm trying to make that 6 figures and whatnot. I'm trying to get that pension and everything like that. Just like in America, you have people working in the steel industry making like $200,000 a year working in the steel industry, you know, and business. And people don't say, let me tell you something about business, right? And I'm on many businesses, right? My last one, I got an insurance agency now, right? But my last business where I had employees, right, was a medical ambulatory business, medical transport business, right? I had that business for a year before I saw a dime. You know, everything was in overhead, everything like that. I would not wish a business on my worst enemy, you know, to be honest. You know, and that's just being the truth, yo.
Brother Color Genesis, you and I talk about this, I'm with you. And when people like, oh, you got business and you making money and everything, I was like, yeah, that's fine, but it's like you're working 24/7.
Yeah, well, that's good. That's what. No. Listen, I was making $120,000, right, on a job, bruh. With this, you know what kind of freedom I got? My wife gave me one ultimatum, okay, and make me and my kids comfortable. That you can go ahead and sacrifice all you want, and that's what I did. I stacked my money, I saved my money. My wife and kids, we had stashed the money that I stashed because I wanted this. Working, going 9 to 5 and paying bills and working for these people. I'm looking at myself, I'm looking at my land, and I'm looking where I'm at in America. I'm under the white man. You know, but if I just switch up and put in everything I got in my inheritance, you know, I could blow it up to make 100 times bigger. You see what I'm trying to say?
That's why a lot of black people in America, right, want what you have. They want to invest in industries in Africa, and they want to make that transition too. You know, is anything wrong with that? They want to find success in manufacturing.
I don't have nothing against that, but there are fewer black people that will sacrifice like that.
No, you'd be surprised. There's opportunity. Look,
listen, bro.
Let me tell you.
You said it yourself.
I mean, you're discounting black entrepreneurship. And
I'm not discounting.
The bottom line
I'm not discounting that.
Mar, it's like this, right? It does not help when black people get bad information and go to certain countries and they lose all their money and they're like, this, you know. I'm saying that the black people in America, right? Can you do this? Need to be organized on the highest level when they into the African continent. We should have there's not one African American owned bank on the continent where we have our money pooled together and stuff like that. We have savings and there's not one bank on the continent, and we have a black bank that just combined together. The black banking system in America is always, we got a lot of black people doing a lot of things, but banking has always been at war. And the stock market crash of 1929 wiped out most of the black banks in America. We used to always put our money in black banks, you know, and we had black banks in America. The Freedom National Bank, founded by Jackie Robinson in Harlem, gave out mortgages to the first black in 1966, the federal government and everything. Black people got mortgages, and black people went from Harlem, right, to South Jamaica, Queens, Long Island. My grandfather got a mortgage on the house one night, moved his family from Harlem to Queens, you know, in the early 60s, you know. And so the bottom line is this: when there's opportunity. What I'm saying is this, though: as far as like Africa is concerned, right? What we need is the black people that go into Africa, right, being organized, right, and let the people who really have the skills and the knowledge and everything lead. We don't do that. Everybody is out for themselves, and it looks like we're bumbling and don't know what we're doing and stuff like that. And Africans say, look at these people going over here failing and everything. They don't know anything. You know it, you know, but a lot of people don't understand that. When you go to Africa, you have to have a support system. And so, like I said, this is why we have the BAIO. We have Africa for Africans, and we believe that the diaspora should work together on the African continent. Is there anything wrong with that?
No, there's nothing wrong with diasporans working together on the continent. But just like America, people live in certain neighborhoods. People went to certain schools. Black people that are educated and have money and live in certain neighborhoods gravitate to each other. You see what I'm saying?
But let
me finish. There's no filter going to Africa. Okay? There are people I know, black people I know, they'll never, ever in their life mess with a Pookie and Ray Ray unless it's in a job setting. They're church members. They're highly educated. I know them personally. You see what I'm trying to say? So every liquids find their level. So when you're saying organize, the people that find themselves comfortable around each other, supposed to have their own. Like anybody making 200 and whatever plus thousand in America that had an educational level, need to find some people like that have similar educational backgrounds and did the same thing. So they form their own group. Whilst you have other people like there are truck drivers or everything else forming their own group. This is not one group. It's a number of groups. People are going to be comfortable with each other. They can reminisce about their days together. Like people like some sororities. I know some certain black people, you don't speak to them unless you join certain sororities. What you talking about? So certain people everybody got their own clique. So it's several groups. It's not one big old group. Several groups. Pookie and Ray need to organize for themselves.
Let me
people like high income.
What you're saying is that black people that want to build in Africa, right, should have their own cliques, and I agree with that, right? Yeah. The investment group of the class. See, the thing is, you got to understand somehow we think Africa is going to erase things like class and social status and everything. And so, therefore, let's say somebody goes to Africa and they're around a bunch of people. I'm seeing it right now in South Africa, right? Most of those black people are really high value earners, and they're going to South Africa, right? And there's a lot of criticism, like, oh, you're going over there to hang with the rich white black people and everything, y'all bougie and all this kind of stuff like this. And so there's like a disconnect between those who are going over there and they're struggling. You know, and the people that struggling feel like they should have an equal voice with the people that can actually pull things off and build things. And we're not like the Indians. Let me give you an example of the Indians, right? And tell me if you agree with this, right? When you have the Indians come to a country, you'll have one major businessman, manufacturer, an investor, a builder, whatever like that. Let's say Patel Incorporated, right? But what you'll have is an undercurrent of support system of people who are laborers, workers, shopkeepers, and everything with them, you know. But that main business is the main event in that Indian community, you know. The black community in America have failed, they're trying to repass, have failed to do that. Have that one person that's a multi-millionaire, multi-billionaire be the leader and a corporation and everything that everybody rallies behind and supports, right? You have your people that want to open up a store, people that want to do construction, and everybody working together, networking with each other and stuff like that on the continent. It's like taboo for black people in America, African Americans and diasporans to build together on the continent. And to do that, like I'm saying, I'm gonna summarize this. You have to have that leadership. You have to have that one person. Let me give you an example. There's an African American business group that went to Uganda with a hedge fund with $350 million 2 years ago, right? I asked O'Shea, Dinosaur to find out about these people and interview them, right? And it's been 2 or 3 years and I haven't gotten it, you know? I said, these people that went to Uganda. We have Mr. Rosenthal, who's in Uganda right now, helping building the gold bullion bank. You know, do you think these people are getting support and say, okay, this is a major gold bullion bank, African-American guy from Mississippi, Mr. Rosenthal, let's get behind him. Let's make him the face of our movement. Let's build around him. Let's build around the Rosenthal group and everything. That does not happen. You know, and so therefore, what I'm saying is, you know, the so-called Pan-African movement is failing in Africa because we don't understand. Just because you're Pan-Africans, right? A person who's rich and a person who's poor, they both black and whatnot. The Japanese don't separate themselves by class and class status. The Japanese is a Japanese, whether he's a billionaire or he's a street sweeper. He's still part of this thing called Japan. You know, he's still part of this community, this nation, this entity called Japan. And what we have is people who are bringing divisive stuff. All we had, you know.
Listen, Kala. I hear what you're saying. It's nice, but people in America separate themselves for a reason. Okay, you see white people moving into white neighborhoods for a reason. Black people moving, they leave their community, moving to white neighborhood for a reason. You see what I'm trying to say? They got their reasons why they don't want to be around certain types of black people.
Yeah, but hold up. We used to have neighborhoods, right? And
you see, Kala. Stop for a minute, please. Let's deal with the reality of today. This Wall Street thing is generational. You have to tweak it to today. The idea of Wall Street, Black Wall Street, all this black, that video you played, it's nice. Well, you got to tweak it. It's a twist. You got to tweak it to relate to today. Okay? Yeah. Whatever happened with the past generations is there. The concept is there. But you have to make adjustments for today's generations. Today's generation of black people, how do they see themselves? They don't see themselves the way this older generation of black people see themselves. So you got to make adjustments for today. You can't use the same templates that they use in Black Wall Street and all these places and use it to today. You got to make adjustments. You got to come with some fresh. You see what I'm saying? You need fresh ideas. Fresh ideas to make adjustments. There's a reason why certain people get their education, they make their money, they move away from certain people, certain black people. It's a reason why you got to be considerate of what their reasons are. You see what I'm saying? For people to participate in everything, you got to be considerate of why people move away from each other. It's a reason why. You see? So to me, those black high value people are going to link up with, matter of fact, like the top notch, the echelon, the elites in Africa always wants, if they're doing business or yes, what I'm saying, to link up with high value Black people because they got something to bring to the table. Experience, work experience. You see what I'm saying? Experiences of running a business. They need that to partner with people like that. That's what they're missing. That's why you see a lot of partnerships with Chinese, a lot of partnership with Indians, a partnership with all these other people. All those people, there's a certain criteria they got to meet. All those people had prior businesses in their home country. They're bringing in experience to add value to what the elite African wants. You see where I'm coming from? That is the biggest disconnect. You don't see, with the exception, like you said, South Africa, but you don't see across the board high value African Americans that run their own businesses in America or the diaspora, linking up, you understand, with the elite Africans, who can rip the experiences they got and lean on it. That's what the Chinese, that's why they do the China. My dad, let me tell you something. In addition to my dad being a professor, he was the Minister of Foreign Affairs under 4 different administrations. We had a criteria. This is something I know because I was in my dad's study all the time. A criteria for people you bring in, even in America. When they're bringing in these people to Silicon Valley, you have to meet certain criteria to add value to the country. That's what's been missing, with the exception of the South African case. It's missing all these other countries, in all these other countries. Okay, for example, Bomani has what is it? Mechanical for whatever. He went to school for mechanical for aircrafts. You know the value he could bring. Yeah, no, but that's what I'm saying. The value, your experience, your work experience, all your value you could bring with somebody, say, wants to start an aircraft company in African country. You're an asset to him. That is what is missing. You see what I'm trying to say?
Well, brother, what we have is that we have a whole lot of folks like that, from the people that work with me at the airlines to the people that work.
Yeah, but they are not linking. Listen, I come from the elite part of Africa.
You're too quick to talk. You have to let some other people talk. So from the people that I went to the military with and the people I work with in the airlines with, and they're all aviation maintenance professionals, pilots and engineers and people like that. We're telling people that we have the energy from Black America. So what we need now is the proper connections in Africa, and we need for governments to open up to us as a people. Give us the priority on certain things, because we do have the access. Because what you're trying to build is the energy of Black people coming together. Now, if we can't be given these priorities, it affects all of us, because sometimes that's what we need. I mean, when we think about the other nations of people, and look at us, if we're trying to do business in Japan and China, that's going to be some difficult task, because the people of Japan already have it set up to where they're going to give their people the benefit, and they're going to make sure that they have things incorporated for their people. That's the issue that we have on the African continent. We have everything else that we need here in the African diaspora, except for one thing: the land and that connection in Africa, and to be treated like a brother that's returning and not the foreigner.
Okay. Let me answer that question. You see, I just said it. With the exception of South Africa, you just said it. You nailed it. Where you need the right type of Africans to network with. Africans that can open doors for you. Africans that are in the political elite. You understand what I'm saying? That can open doors for you. They got a Rolodex of contacts. That should be primarily the thing.
That's the Let me say this, bro.
But even beyond that, we need proper government respect to say, hey,
listen, you're gonna get the government. Listen,
these are not foreigners; these are Africans returning, and
listen, you can get all that. Listen, you're gonna get all that.
Let me finish, and then Khaled has to speak. These are the things that we need. So it's like whenever we talk to people like yourself, no one can say, hey, well, this government is offering us anything. Yes, we understand we can build in the private sector, but we're also limited, because now we have to compete against everyone else. I mean, and that's going to be that's the issue. So we need We need our people to prioritize us having opportunities, because when we are coming to build opportunities, what we're doing is we're creating more opportunities for other Black people on the African continent. Just like I tell people that when you look at the Black people from the African diaspora that live on the continent, you think about all the people who are exploiting Africa. We're the ones that's not exploiting Africa. We're the ones that's coming and giving everything that we have, you know. But go ahead, Kala.
Okay, this is what I want to say. And also, before we bring Afrodamus on and IC3, I want you to play that video. I want to talk about the reparations movement. It just happened, the final thing. Okay, this is what happened.
Okay, what video are you talking about? So I
just sent it to you.
Okay, got it. Go ahead.
Okay, now in South Africa, they have Black economic empowerment. The difference between Black economic empowerment in South Africa is it also includes African Americans, right? Mandela made sure African Americans were included in Black economic empowerment. And you got African Americans like the African Venture Partners doing multi-billion-dollar deals. You have all stuff like this. So the Black African American coming to South Africa can go and rise to the top. Look at Mark Blanton. Mark Blanton is doing good with his real estate business in South Africa, and he's telling me that he's in the 1% of South African society. Him and his wife, with the South African, the real South African stuff. So that's the difference, right? And I'm not going to expect that in West Africa and everything like that. Maybe because of the history of apartheid and stuff like that, and that's what it is. So that's the difference. Whether it's going to translate to the rest of the continent, that remains to be seen. But the point I'm trying to make tonight is the fact that when we talk about going to the continent and building everything, the Black intelligentsia, the high value Black people have to lead this. They have to lead this, and they have to be high level thing, and everybody in the community behind these people when they do make these moves, right? Like I said, there's an African American group that brought a $350 million investment to Uganda. Nobody talks about that. You can't find nobody on social media talk about this and building this and talk about what we should do and support this and make this a priority, and also put our political weight behind it. If we could put our political weight behind thing and get DACA passed by illegal immigrants, what is Black America's foreign policy, right? It's more than just basically listening to lip service about Africa and everything. If we have interest, it's two things that you have to say before you play this video. There's people who are interested in Africa and people who have an interest in Africa. And interest in Africa means you have a stake in the continent's future. Interest in Africa are these people that just talk about Africa all the time, and I'm interested in it, but I don't have an interest, right? And we said, this group that went to Uganda, we want to see that succeed, right? Because that's going to help us on the continent in the long run. That's an interest, right? An interest, you vote around an interest. That you base your political allegiance around an interest. Black people in America really have not secured an interest in Africa. They're just interested in Africa. That's the difference. And before we get to the next guest on, Bomani, with all due respect, can you play this video? Because I want to talk about reparations and everything. It's maybe good for IC3 to comment on this too. The reparations movement in California is dead. And if you see this video, you're going to see, that I noticed now that no one's has done the show talking about this. Tariq has been silent about this. Michi has been silent about it. Everybody put all the information, man. Q Butter, everybody's running now for cover, because this turned out to be a complete disaster and a flop, And so let's hear from the horse's mouth, Gavin Newsom.
Task force are responding.
Well, the governor's spokesperson says some people were too quick to conclude just where the governor stands on cash payments. And now his office stresses it could be quite some time until he makes a final decision on this matter at all.
The reparations.
It's been just days since the California Reparations Task Force voted in favor of this 500-page document filled with recommendations for the legislature and governor to consider over how reparations should work for descendants of Black slaves and those in the Black community who've experienced racism and wrongs. While the task force did not come to a conclusion over how much reparations could cost the state as a whole, the recommendation report calls on the legislature to consider what are described as down payments to go to descendants of anyone who was a Black American slave, as well as those in the Black community whose ancestors arrived before 1900. If descendants meet a certain criteria for the wrongs they've endured, coupled with the amount of time they've lived in California, they could be eligible for up to $1.2 million. But overnight, Governor Gavin Newsom's chief communications advisor, Anthony York, issued a statement that some felt could indicate the governor does not support cash payouts as a form of reparations. Per the statement, reparations are, quote, about much more than cash payments. Many of the recommendations put forward by the task force are critical action items we've already been hard at work addressing, breaking down barriers to vote, bolstering resources to address hate, enacting sweeping law enforcement and justice reforms to build trust and safety, strengthening economic mobility, all while investing billions to root out disparities and improve equity in housing, education, healthcare, and well beyond. This work must continue. During a phone call with York, he provided clarification, noting Newsom is not ruling anything out at this time, adding the governor wants to wait for the report in its entirety to arrive on his desk before he makes any decision. The matter, per York, will only be resolved after Newsom meets with legislative leaders in the coming months, if not longer. Gardena Senator Steve Bradford is a member of the Reparations Task Force and vice chair of the Legislative Black Caucus.
As far as the governor's statement, I think he's setting a realistic expectation that there probably won't be check payments in the tune of, or the amount that we've all heard bannered around for the last 2 years since we started this process. Again, I've tried to temper people's expectations that it might not be a check. And at many of the hearings, people say, where's my check? I mean, again, if you understand the original commitment, it was 40 acres and a mule. So it was never about money.
He points out the recommendations report includes more than just proposed payments. It also demands an apology from the state of California for what the report labels as racist historic wrongs. Still, if payments are considered, fellow task force member Dr. Amos C. Brown addressed concerns that California would not be able to afford it.
No good reason for them to come up with an excuse. Oh, we have a deficit. We're not asking for any handout. We're looking at asking for a hand up and correcting that evil that was done.
And the final reparations recommendation task force report must get to the legislature and the governor no later than the July 1st deadline. Reporting at the state capitol, Aton Wallace, 17 News.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about, right? He says, we want cash payments. California has a $30 billion deficit. How is it going to pay reparations to Black people with a $30 billion deficit? You know, people went in there with this expectation, and this is what I'm talking about, right? As what's going on in Black America right now. We have people that get on social media, right? Have hijacked Black America. There's two Black Americas, right? There's this struggle, ghetto Black America that think that everything comes from the government and thing. If you don't like reparations, look, the bottom line, I'm talking about this because reparations have taken focus off of nation building. This thing that we're trying to do in Africa, nation building right now, right, is more feasible, you know, building capital and building Black American communities when I pull our money together and trying to rebuild Black America from here and across the world is more basically feasible than sitting around waiting for a reparation check, which is never going to happen, you know. And what happens is people get angry at people like me for telling the truth. You know, I'm just telling you the truth. It's about grassroots movement. That's another thing. I'm getting tired of these so-called grassroots movements, right? People are ill-educated, ill-informed, and they talk about their grassroots and they're bullying and intimidating everybody and with their nonsense. You know, this was an absolute embarrassment to the whole thing. That reparations panel and everything was a complete embarrassment. Then the fight that broke out on the floor of the thing went out with Tariq and his followers and everybody like this. This was a complete embarrassment, you know? And so everybody thought that there was going to be this check. Everybody's like this. People like have Bomani jokes about, he said, Kyle, you must be lying. People don't quit their jobs and everything like that, thinking there was going to be a check in the mail the following week, you know? And I would love for Tay Brown to call in and explain exactly how is it the way forward. What do you do? March on the Capitol and everything and demand reparations? It's not going to happen. And look, I want y'all to get some money, some reparations. I don't want somebody shooting my house up, right? That's what's getting down to. I'm getting threats and death threats and shit like that. I'm just giving my observation. And they say, Colin, man, I've never seen you so happy when this reparation. No. Hey, look, I wish to God, man, they come up with some money to give some of y'all Negroes some money and whatnot, because you desperately, some of y'all desperately need some money, you know. But I'm just basically, I think that's one hearing I said, no, that's it. They had the final thing. They're gonna have a final report, right? Probably have to redact it, and they're gonna submit to the legislature, and it's not gonna go anyplace, you know. And also his final thing, he said, look, we're addressing police brutality, homelessness, and all stuff like this, racial inequality, which means everybody, you know, and all stuff like this. They say transgender rights and everything. And the bottom line is this, you know, what you have to realize is you are not going to get no check, you know.
Well, perfect, man. That's perfect. Hopefully people are clear on that. But
that's the bottom line. If you thought you were going to, now he said he's going to address, be forceful to address the disparities, or like that. You should be happy with that. Black people don't want that. They don't care about no damn disparities. They want the check. They thought there was going to be a payday, and it's not going to happen. And the reason why it's happening is because we got uneducated people, you know, uneducated people don't know how the world works and everything, don't know how anything, and they thought they were going to get a check. It does not work like that, you know. And I was just trying to tell them, and no, Colin, we're getting that money. It's coming around the corner and everything, you know. That's one hearing I said. That was a panel. And this is the next one right here. Yeah. She's on you tonight. Yeah, I said it's not about money, it's justice, you know. You know, there's only justice in this world is power and strength. You know, if you don't have power and strength, you will never get justice. What part of black people will never understand that? As long as you're weak, as long as you're dependent, you'll never have justice. That's not justice. Justice is when you take justice. Power is not given. Power is taken. You know, if you're not in a position of power to take reparations or whatever, like force it, it's never going to happen. You know, so anybody sitting there talking about we're going to have a panel and everything, you wasted 2 years of people's lives and they're hoping and dreaming that. And the government said, no, there's not going to be no cash payouts. We're not going to have that. We never said that. There you go, man. Hopefully they all see the video. But we have two guests on. I definitely want to bring both of them on. Okay, good. I'll move for a little while. Damas and Damas, welcome to the show, brother. Share your thoughts, and then IC3, you just go next.
Yeah, brother. Guys, I want to say greetings. Amara, Kuse, are you, buddy? So,
howdy,
oh, you know how they go. But I want to say greetings to all of you, and I like the conversation because this type of conversations is not like a minstrel show where people pretend. What Amara is saying about the farms, myself right here, I know he said he got it from inheritance, but I don't like the African inheritance system because you know how black folks are. They feel privileged. But living in America over time, you know, honing on my skills and, you know, being able to get to the Benjamin is no problem for me because, you know, I know how to do it. So, you know, less than a year ago, I went to Gambia. I understand exactly what Amara is saying. My ancestral land. I grew up understanding, knowing my ancestors, even see my grandfather, my father, others, owning land. There's so much importance in it. Not only just your land, your compound, but owning orchards and stuff. But I'm a rebel. I broke away from it. I make my own money. I got my own mind. I acquired large pieces of land. Last year, I even, grew some crops. I have animals already. So what Amara is talking about, this is legit. I have even discussed this with some Pan-Africans that you people even know. I've spoke to behind the scenes. I said, look, here's the thing. You got to look at every country. Go on the United Nations index. They'll be able to tell you how money is made in that country. So either, first of all, the information is right there. So it's up to you. Are you willing to do this? When I went to Gambia, I saw these people are into foreign stuff. First of all, let's speak about the Indians. Like I was talking to one of my cousins just yesterday. Look, I have no hate in my heart, but you know, I support Idi Amin. First of all, if I ever capture the leadership of that country, I'm going to change the laws. Every single Indian, I am going to confiscate their properties, and I'm going to limit their business. And people are going to ask why Afridamus. Because here's the thing, these people are leeches. I have nothing against them. I have studied them well here in America. I do business. I'm a businessman. So I get it. Sometimes the things I talk about, people want to see it as controversial. But forget it. Like, forget about me as an individual. Just listen to what I'm saying. Forget about all this crap that you were indoctrinated with as far as saying Pan-Africanism. I support Amara 100%, right? Because here people are obsessed with their titles whatsoever. I've heard people talk about money. I don't chase money. Like, I've heard people talk about the money that you combine with your spouse single-handedly. I'm not bragging, but I easily make that just by myself. I'm a single man. I easily. In fact, Carla talked about owning a car washing company. I've owned. I own a detailing company. I've owned it for several years. I currently still own it. I hear people talk on YouTube. The amount of income I get from that, none of these people can come against me. So when I speak, I know what I speak of. It's not being arrogant whatsoever, but I want to know what people know. So yes, in Africa, you're going to see the potential. You're going to see the land. I don't want to do the inheritance stuff. I have family members who are fighting over inherit lands that are inherited. But I figured I've got the Benjamin. I have no shame in speaking about that. I worked for it, my own idea. It's not from the white man, it's not from anyone. I understand people want to, like the classism that, Amara spoke about. This is everywhere. Even the Japanese that people pretend to say they don't have classism, they do. We have to have classism. Because see, I came all the way from the bottom. I've watched, like when you hear the Blood Diamond Sierra Leonean Civil War, right in front of me, I've watched people get executed, shot in front of me. I've watched people get hit by a car, I've watched people, tied behind Land Rovers and, dragged around town. I've
Yes.
watched people brought to the town center, watching their ears getting cut off. So,
Whoop the ass.
so when I speak about things, I'm not here to fuck around. Like, I'm I'm speaking about reality, shit I have seen with my own eyes. It's not from some books. It's not from some movie. So this is why I stand on my square. Nothing is personal to me. I just look at it like, hey, if you got it, you show it. If you are an American, Black American, Jamaican, whatever, you have the advantage in Africa. Recognize your advantage. Look, I own even goats, sheep in Africa. I'm telling you guys the deal right now. Like the amount of land I've acquired in less than a year is literally a whole town. That's the type of money I roll with. I am not some dusty Negro. I'm just telling you guys. I had a plan, put it in, implement it. I don't give a damn what you think of me, how you feel about me. I'm ready to crush you. It's nothing personal. It's business. That's just how it is. And when people say white supremacy, Indians, look, These people, I cannot stand these people. I do not trust these people. If I ever hold that country, Gambia, I would be the second Idi Amin. I declare that here today. I'm just keeping it 100. Yes, Africans have their problems, they have their issues, but you know, no man can be greater than his own people. I have to. So people like Afrikaners always want to be pro-African. I have to be. What Amara is saying, that's what I'm doing exactly. Around me, I bought entire beachfront properties. You know why I bought those properties? There is Indians that are encroaching on that. And hearing what Bomani is speaking of and what he's shown, even though people might think we have differences whatsoever. But at some point, the type of enclave that I'm creating, yeah, people might see me as a hard person, but I want to open the opportunity to Black people actually interacting with one another, building standard structures. The farms that I have is standard. Everything is documented. How these animals are raised. I grow the food. And when Amara speaks about the fertilizer, this is real. It is real. I just don't buy into the fantasy of trying to cater to the weak. Yes, they are our people, but hey, if they are not productive, they are pulling everybody down. What are we supposed to do? Like I was talking to someone who's a friend from a while ago, from when I first moved from Sierra Leone to Gambia. But this guy, it seemed like he's stuck in the past. They only talk about the past. They talk about how they need help. And I told him, I said, look, man, here's the thing. I said, do you guys enjoy eating good food quality? He said, yes. I said, then you shouldn't have a problem to work. I said, I am not sponsoring anybody's lifestyle. I refuse to do this. That means I'm your bitch. Excuse my language. You see? Like Carla said, in owning a car washing company. I own one of those. That's one of my businesses. I'm one of those people. Whatever I touch is gold. And I took that business to a whole new level. I mean, a whole new level. So when I speak and say it's not about Black or white, I know what I'm talking about. It's about your why. What are you trying to do? Me controlling these Indians, keeping my eye on them, making sure they don't have a foothold in that country. And I'll repeat, I would change the law. It doesn't make me a racist. Doesn't make me that. I just know they don't believe we deserve a greater life. And until Black people, Africans, wherever, wake up. Look, I connect with, currently, I connect with goat farmers in Jamaica. Like I have some very exotic goats. I know some will be shocked that, oh man, but that Afridamus, I thought you're against Pan-Africanism. No, I'm not. I just want Negroes to stop promoting the weaklings. That's just what it is. We have to stop promoting the weaklings. And there has to be a classist system. Because what do you say to somebody like me? I gave you the Reader's Digest, a brief history of what I've experienced, right? This is not just in the physical form. This is spiritual. Like Amara, he's Timini. Amara is my uncle in DNA because my grandmother on my father's side is Timni.
Exactly.
So yeah. So what he's doing, this is what when I speak to people behind the scene or in front, this is what I push. If you're not talking about this, if you're not talking about our African self-reliance, sustainability, then what is it? I see Indians creating huge orchards. I'm talking the land, they turning it into, like they're growing crops in it, corn, mango. They're shipping this to the Western world. You see? So you as an African, it doesn't matter what part of the world you're from. What is stopping you? I even heard what Negro was saying. Oh yeah, Akon is saying he wants to build a city in Africa. Who cares? It's cheaper over there. So I'm like, this is stupid. Don't you understand? If it's cheaper, then you should hop on that. You buy cheap and sell high. This is common sense. But Negroes have so much ego, and we want to prop up the weaklings for whatever reason. I don't get it. We do not need more than 10% of individuals to have a higher thinking to create a higher society. America, if you look at it, America, it's not the majority that are smart. The people that implement the policies that is helping people thrive, they are the minority. Of course, they are humans. They are going to have their flaws. But see, I don't look at your skin color. I listen to what you say. How do you think? How do you see problems? How, like, opportunities? Amara, what he's doing, I'm doing that same exact thing. I've got tons of different animals. I'm talking high price animals. And I'm also growing crops on huge pieces of land. So, for example, I've seen where Bomani went to a restaurant. I've lived here. I know how much time it takes for people to get their food. I can create a restaurant where you bring Black people. It would be, Black centered, Black enclave. Then people would never complain about saying, oh, look at those Gambians over there, mingling with those white people. But are you going to give them what the white people are giving them? And by the way, those people are the minority, because those people are looked down on, because that caste system. For example, you would never ever find someone like me in that country being a bumster, hanging white people. I would bring a shame and disgrace to my family, my class status, my caste, where I'm at. I'm not just some dusty Negro. I know some people might be like, oh, but Afridamus is just talking. No, you can go back and research for yourself. You would find out where it is. Like, to come to America, I was recruited. I was in a science program. You can look all this up. In a science program, everything that is considered scientific, I made A's in all of them. So my abilities and my understanding of the world is what brought me to the white man's world. It's not worshiping the white man. It's not like a particular white man. It's institution. And I chose on my own. They investigated me. They investigated my intelligence and see what program I'm in. Think about it. In the 90s, how many Africans had access to computers? How many? I was one of the kids who had access to it in a lab. Everything was provided. So that's why I look at the world as anything is possible. In that environment where Like electricity is not even stable. I used to be in labs that most people are not even aware. It's like in their midst, in libraries. I had access to microscopes. I had access to all these things, electricity 24/7. While in my own home, I don't have stable electricity. Who is providing this? So you don't have to look at it as a negativity. I saw it as a possibility. This is why I invest my time, my energy into it. And when people, I have no issue with how people want to think, because it is what it is. But at the end of the day, if what you're saying doesn't match your action, to me, that's a hypocrite. And many black people, they're taking things as a joke. Africa, yes, it doesn't have all these amenities for you. You got to build. You have to be somebody who's willing to build. You got to come with ideas. And that's a great advantage, because that means it's from the roots. For example, me, people can say what they want. No one can say anything to me. I own an entire beachfront, like a little town. What the fuck you gonna say to me? I can just slap a no trespassing. You literally can come in my town. Everything, I'm self-sufficient. I'm digging boreholes. I'm building my own institution. I'm fencing everything high. In fact, my people on my land, I've registered guns. They have guns. The other day, they shot some animal there. You see? So, I'm not looking down on anyone, but what do I care? It's like the lion caring about what hyenas say about the lion. It makes no difference. I have a direction. You gotta build. But you see, if I was in charge of the people, like in a leadership government, then they would accuse me of corruption, right? But I'm taking a different route. Own these huge pieces of land, build my own stuff. Meaning, why am I saying this? I'm saying you, as a Black American, Caribbean, whatever, I'm telling you your advantage. You already know, like, okay, fine, these governments are corrupt. Bypass them. Bypass them. That's what I'm doing.
Well, Alfred Damas, well said, brother. Appreciate it, and do want to let our brother College Genesis just respond to you, respond to what you're saying, and then IC3. I know you've been waiting. You can just go after that.
Well, good stuff. I learned a lot, and thanks for what he was contributing to the discussion. Hey, like I said, and I wish the best for these brothers in their prospective homeland. I've never had the position that we should just forget who we are. It's like Black African Americans shouldn't forget who we are, because who we are is who we are. And then just like the people, the Temne village and where Mars from, they shouldn't forget who they are. They should build around that and look out for their best interest. I'm encouraged what he said about the Indians, but I don't think that's in the day and time it's feasible. What you need is competition, right? Real competition against the Indians. Because let me tell you something about the Indians, right? They are on the continent, right? They have a base on the continent. They're in South Africa. They have networks built and everything, which they help each other and everything. And so they look at places, and I don't know, for the most part, right? I understand why Indians aren't trying to focus on building India. It's like they go to different countries, and what they don't do is they participate in politics. They stay out of the social discourse of the country, and they setting themselves up for this sort of resentment. This sort of resentment that they're not participating in the culture. Let me give you an example. When we started talking about in America, The only person when they do start speaking up, they always siding with the white side of things. America, opportunity, and everything, and like Janesha Souza, okay, and people like that. But for the most part, Indians stay out of the culture. They stay out of the politics. They have arranged marriages, and they pull them, and so they're living in a third world, almost like a medieval culture, which they keep their own people oppressed, and they move in other countries and everything, and it appears like they're taking over because they're so united and they're so.
Look, Carla, sorry to break it, but these people are disgusting people.
Right.
Here's the thing. It's not about competition. Look, I don't know why black people look up to certain people,
I don't.
All these groups, and look, I'm just telling you, black people, Africans, wake up. Stop looking at these people. These people are disgusting human beings. It's not about competition. These people are varmints. These people are corrupt human beings. These people are only there to take from us. I have seen it. I see it with my own eyes. Let's put value into ourselves.
I agree.
Look, I'm going to repeat it. If I ever, look, maybe they might shoot me, whatever, but if I take over that country, you're getting a second Idi Amin. I'm confiscating all known black land.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question about that, Thomas. A couple of years ago, there were some black people from America who bought some properties, right? They sold some properties by Indians who had fled the country, right? And nice properties, right? And then now the Indians are coming back saying this is their land and this is their properties and everything. And they got, because Indians were real partners with the British Empire there. And they're coming back and they're taking back properties that people lived in for like a decade. And when I say, no, we had this property back we had to leave this country. This is another thing. They leave the country, right? And then they're allowed to come back and take over properties that they claim that was theirs, And so therefore, while the people are struggling and fighting during the Civil War, they flee the country, wait it out, and then they come back. That's a problem. But the thing is, and like what you were saying, right, is that black people, for the most part, right, even here in America, right, they look to these people like they're gods and everything like that, and they're only doing the things that black people could do if we were organized, united, and pull our money together. And also, let's be honest with ourselves, right? The average Indian guy does not have to worry about things like the dating scene, marriage. You never see Indians discourse about their family. Why? Because they get arranged marriages and all stuff like this, and so they're able to they have stabilized life. Well, you got young men, black men with an African.
But see, Carla, you have to remember, these people truly believe in there's like a hierarchy system, and it's based in race. Do you know that these people in their country, or even here, they bleach their skin? These people want to be white so bad, right? So I'll tell you right now, dealing with black people, I think people don't, for me, it's not about emotion. I observe what is real. They don't, they don't think we deserve to get anything. People believe our labor, our resources should be free. I know this firsthand. I deal with people firsthand. Like, for me, I'm in your face type of guy. Like, I'll ask you, like, what do you mean? I had a guy one time, like, Amara, you were talking about, my uncle said he got a 2008 Benz for 65 grand. I could have got you a G-Wagon for that. You got ripped off, my brother. and I know. Bomani suggested Toyota Camrys. They're pretty nice.
Yeah, they're good cars. They're good cars. They're good cars.
In fact, I'm looking to send some forerunners to Africa. That's what I'm saying.
But Africa, right? Africa, you know, you need a Jeep,
I'm
right?
all right. Before you continue, anybody else, I do apologize, guys. I want to be respectful to our good brother IC3 because part of what we were talking about was our reparation. IC3, my brother, welcome to the call.
Okay,
And,
well, I can step out. Yeah, I mean,
no, you can hold on. It just, we also need to hear from our good brother. He's been very patient. IC3, what do you think about the conversation that we're having so far?
Oh man, the conversation's been fantastic, full quality. I mean, this is a fantastic panel. Listening to everything you've said and all the panel was saying, the power, the wisdom on the panel is fantastic. So let me address some of the points that were raised.
And also before while you're addressing the point, definitely want to make sure you chime in about that video about reparations. That way you and everyone
yes, of course,
you guys are not getting no reparations.
Yes, and also I want to chime in on the poster you put there about Liberia. Man, you are on it. There's something kicking off with Liberia because from what I've heard because I listen to what the white people are saying and what the racists are saying, and that Liberia, man, Liberia. Oh my God, man. Yeah, man. Anyway, I won't go into the detail, but that place, there's something gonna kick off. Anyway, for Africa and the African diaspora. So Liberia, that's the word to have on the tongue. Yeah. So reparations. What Carla Genesis was saying was fantastic. Yeah, he's 100% right. It's all about power. And what he was saying about reparations and his view on reparations, yes, I have to admit it's completely correct. And in fact, I was having huge debates with Black Americans, and they were all laughing at me because they were saying, look, we Americans, we're going to do it for ourselves. We built this country. We're going to get our share. And all this build up, because they were hoping they were going to get their check. And I was having foreign debates with them saying, listen. Number one, why Black America failed so many times before is because they were only thinking about themselves, trying to get a piece of the pie of the concept of the entity of America. You're saying we built America and we want our fair share of what America is. Yes, and I'm saying that you I've been saying to them, no, it's not going to work. You have to work together as a global entity. You have to unite with Africa and the Caribbean in order to get any form of power. They're not going to give you a little share. So Carla Genesis news article, it just explains that now they've got the slap in the face and reminding them, look, you are not getting a part of this because this entity of America is white supremacist. We don't want to tell you that directly, and you'll just get slapped down. So yes, Carla Genesis' point was great, and also he says it's all about nation building. So let's watch these words now. Yes, it's true, but you see this nation building. I'm saying that. See. There isn't a word. I have to use the word reparations, and when I use the word reparations, it sounds very much like what the Americans are trying to do. But when I say reparations, because I don't have an alternative word, I'm thinking of the building of an entity, of a global Black African entity that will extract. And through power to extract what and serve justice to the Black African world. So that extraction, I'm marketing it as reparations, but it's not. Reparations doesn't really fit. That word doesn't really fit, because reparations make people think, well, actually, there's an ecosystem. There's a white supremacist ecosystem that is It's financial. It's a complete ecosystem. It's financial, political, and cultural. Yes. And that complete ecosystem, those seeking reparations are seeking for their fair share within that ecosystem. Whilst I'm in line with Carla Genesis, where he's thinking about this nation building, and even I'm going to push against him, not push against, but even say that even that nation building is not quite sufficient. Because when you talk about nation building, people start thinking, oh, you want to be recognized by the United Nations. So I'm trying to build a nation to a degree, to a level, so that the United Nations is going to recognize us. But the United Nations is a white supremacist, racist entity in itself. So what we're actually working to do, and listen to what Amara is saying, and this is what Aphrodite is saying, what you're actually doing, there is no actual terminology. There's no word for it yet. Because what you're doing, you are working to build something that is outside the recognized and registered ecosystem. It's outside. Because it's outside of it, there's no actual language to describe what it is that you're building outside of the white supremacist, racist ecosystem. An ecosystem is complete of every aspect, and they're trying to draw. So therefore, and it also goes back to what Aphrodite was saying about that they see when they're communicating with him, he's saying that they think that everything should be free from Africans. Whatever black people and Africans are doing, they're entitled to it, and think about it as being free. Why? It's a very serious point that Aphrodite has raised there. The reason they have that mindset is because the ecosystem sees anything outside of it as food. So when the ecosystem arrives in Africa, they're thinking, right, what can we mine? Yeah, what can we drill? We're going to take diamonds and use it. We're going to take out oil and use it. It's just the earth. We are a world. We are an ecosystem, and this world uses the planet. So if you are outside of the ecosystem and you're not accepting it, then you black people, you black Africans, are the same as the planet itself. So we will mine gold, we will mine diamonds, we will mine Africans.
And
we will
IC3, don't forget that we are at least people that look like you and I. I'm talking simply. We are at least over 1 billion. So let's not allow ourselves to be minimized. We are over 1 billion, just only on the continent. So take that into consideration.
Yeah, I got that, Aphrodite. You haven't caught the point I'm making here. You haven't caught the point I'm here. What it is, black Africans are conceived by the ecosystem. You have no status within the ecosystem. The ecosystem is a white supremacist ecosystem, and it mines.
But the thing is, though, here's the thing where I'm gonna push back a little. Black people around the world, right? If you take Africa by itself, right? Africa could trade within itself. It does not need Europe or anything.
Yes.
Right? You know, but we choose to do that, right? Because we'll sell out for green cards and everything like that.
Yes.
You know, Kala, you're right.
That's not true.
Kala, you know, did you hear what Amara said earlier? I know to some people it might sound like fantasy. He's not lying. He's speaking facts. Like literally, I'm talking about just from seedlings, right? You know, to me, it's like I'm investing, but less than a year, I'm literally selling seedlings to these market women. People are coming to my farm to buy the seedlings to go grow it in their farms.
Thank you.
So Amara is not lying. He's literally, when he said he doesn't need the money in the States, he's not bragging. He's telling the truth.
I know. Let me put this in here.
But I also want to make sure, was IC3 finished? Because
no. But yeah, I haven't finished because they haven't caught the point. They haven't caught the point.
I got your point. You know, all I'm saying is
you got the point. But Amara and Afridama say haven't got it. They haven't got it.
Go ahead and retry, and then I want to let.
Yeah. Carla understands what I'm saying, but Amara and Afridamus don't understand. You see, successful Black African businessmen, when you see success, the concept of success gets confused in that you are selling products and doing business with the ecosystem, but the ecosystem does not see you as a person. You're not people. You are food for the system. It is,
but IC3, I get what you're saying, right? So you look at it. Did you hear what Amara said? So, for example, I have goats, right?
I got that point.
Hold on, I deal with farmers. I have friends even in Jamaica.
Yeah, and so what?
Here's the thing. My goats. What? Hold on. I can export my goats not only to Jamaica but to the Middle East.
Yes.
So then I become international. We wouldn't be controlled. Somalia. Do you know that Somalia, right? When you think about Somalia, you would think war-ridden. But Somalia supplies lots of livestock, goats, sheep. Do you know how much billion they are making? This is why Somalians don't conform to anyone's system, because they control that. So what Amara is saying is, I've got the land, I'm growing this, right? I'm going to control the market. That's what we need to be doing.
Control the market. What do you mean by that?
Because meaning he's directly he's dealing from the farm. He's dealing with not only locals, the local market people, the people that are coming internationally, because he understands the thinking process. So he's doing both local and international. So like the type of animals I have, they're exotic. Like listening to what Amara is saying. In my farm, I need fertilizer just like him. Yeah. That's how I know he's not BSing. That's how I know what this man is saying is the truth. Because I'm doing the same thing.
All right, talk to me about this international market. Let's talk, because I'm going to say.
Okay, IC3, you're in the UK, right? In the UK.
Yeah, go on.
Okay, for example, if you go to the store, right? You see directly that, okay, this product is from Africa, from a farm called Afridamus Farms, right?
Yes.
Or at Amara's farm.
Yes.
That's your way of supporting that farm, right? So now we are connecting slowly to Western Black people also, because the Chinese, the reason why they got so much voice is their diaspora. It doesn't matter how long they've lived in the diaspora. So the more Black children start feeling proud and understanding and seeing products directly from Africa, grown in Africa, right?
Yes.
It would change their perspective about Africa. It would
hold that point
help them connect to Africa, and it would give them economic power.
Yes. Okay. That's called Buy Black. You know, the Buy Black campaign, the Black Pound. Yes. So it's a very popular campaign. So that's basically what.
But
you're
don't
saying.
you think we need it? Everybody's practicing it. That, you know, like I can tell you this. They are practicing.
Hold it there.
Look.
Yeah,
You know why black people are poor? You know why? You know why? These Indians and others you talk about, these people, they practice this economic thriving amongst each other, right?
Yeah. We know
this is what they do. So why, for example, why can't we awaken our people, right?
Okay, hold that point there.
When you go to the grocery store, you buy a mango from Gambia. Why can't you do that?
We know this. Let's take the conversation up a higher level. Yes, we know that. So you ask the question, why can't black people do this? Why are Africans doing this? Why? Well, let's examine why together. And I'm going to present to you why it is not happening. That's a good question.
Okay, I want to hear this. I want to hear it. Of
course. All right, watch this. Why? Buy Black, but why aren't we doing it? Okay, so I'm going to do it. Let's take two sides of the fence. You're on one side, I'm on the other side for this discussion, right? And then together, as we go back and forth, the truth is going to come out. This is how I perceive you, Afrodamus and Amara. You have the continental Black African mindset, which is good. It's good for Africa. But the only flaw in it is that you perceive that the market, the international market, is a level playing field and it has no bias. It's just business.
Yes. No, but that's where you're wrong. No, you're wrong.
Respond?
We see IC3, we do not believe that, right? But what we believe is there's no way me and Amara ourselves to rise up without our people. You see? So first of all, I have to introduce this with our people, just like Amara is doing. You know, we cannot, which is the market, you know, because here's the thing, you are going by what white people are saying, but we have
hold on. Answer the question you said.
But didn't you hear what Amara said? The market women are lining up. Even at my farms, people are lining up buying the seedlings. These are local people. I don't have to export anything.
Yeah, but I'm talking about the international, the market on international.
No, but that's excess.
Africans can do business amongst each other. I know that. Yeah, but we're talking about on the higher level, on the international level.
For example, right? Okay, let's say if Bomani brings people to Gambia, right? Black people who are used to certain standard. I know what standard they want because I've lived here most of my life. Right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Grow it from Afridamus farms. Everything, the fish, everything.
Yes.
Comes straight to the table, right? We keep up with that standard. So we are not only catering to Africans on the continent, we're catering to Africans internationally. So now, that excuse to say the African market doesn't exist will no longer be an issue. So if you listen to what Amara was saying earlier, that's what even brought me on. I was like, he's speaking facts, but people don't seem to understand what he is saying. Like Carla said, go to South Africa and produce, you know, like the people that sell these things. But it's about trust. You can't just say, okay, for example, I spend millions, right?
Okay, you're a good businessman.
Okay, wait.
You're a businessman.
So to me, right, I'm looking at numbers and what is tangible. So I can't just go with my feelings to just say, just because the guy is black whatsoever. I have something real to lose. Literally. I have something real to lose. So I have to take that into consideration. That's what he's trying to explain. It's not about
Okay,
feelings.
I've got that point.
You have to remember, like I had to put it in hours. I have to come up with ideas to make this money, right? So if I invest this money, right, I have ideas and I want these ideas to be reproduced. I'm not in the charity business. I'm not.
Yeah. Okay,
I'm
I've
not
got that.
ashamed
This
to
is
say
obvious,
that.
but let's take the conversation up to a high level. So let's
Okay.
you mentioned Bomani, okay, and what Bomani's doing.
But if Bomani brings people in, right, these people want to be served.
They want good service. They want good
They
products,
want good
and you
service.
provide good products and good services, and,
Right.
and business, and
that should be provided, right?
Yeah, I know. That's simple.
Okay.
That's simple stuff.
No, but that's what
obvious,
you. No,
isn't it?
trust
If
me.
Bomani
I see three.
brings in more tourists.
Trust me. I see
that's more
three.
business. Yes, that's
I see
obvious.
three. I see three. Have you been to
I'm talking
Africa
about
yet?
more subtle thing.
Have you been to Africa?
Oh, look at this. Look.
No. Seriously.
No.
Have you been to Africa? Trust me.
Don't go there. Don't
you
go there.
have no. What I'm saying.
I see three. The point I want to say that he's trying to make is based on the experience, because when we go to a restaurant, we move around. It is, it's different. And unfortunately,
yes, I understand. The business model is that if Amara and Afridamus, right, have good products, good business, good service in Africa, then when Bomani organizes African tours, right, the people will go to Africa, experience the good food, experience the good service, and experience everything good. Then they'll go back to where they've come from, spread the word of how Bomani's trips are good, and how Amara and Afridamus's
No, it's not just that. It's not just
and
that.
then it'll increase. Hold it.
No.
And then that's a business model.
No. That's not just. No, here's the thing. There are black people. Hold on. There are black people who don't believe that this can exist about black people, right? So now, right? For example, yes, some might just visit, but there are some who are going to stay. You have to take that into consideration. And now, right? Wait.
Yeah. Okay.
They want to feel. Hold on. They want to feel safe, right?
Yes.
You want to know. Hold on. You want to know. You want to know. You want to have standard to know where this food is coming from. Everything is documented. Don't we, as black people, deserve this?
Yes. But
I see three. First of all, would you want to eat? Hold on. I see three. Would you want to eat meat? Would you want to eat meat that had flies on them laying eggs?
Afridamus, what are you trying to talk to me about? Stop. Slow down.
Okay. What I'm trying to talk to you about is straight from the farms. You walk from London, right? You walk into. You come into Africa. It's a black country, Africa, right?
Yes.
You're still going to get. Wait, you're still going to get those convenience, but it's all produced in Africa.
Yeah, and so what, Africa?
I improve the quality of life.
Okay, and so what?
So are you saying this is irrelevant?
Watch this. Right. So, as I said, I fully understand the Amara and the Afridamus business model. Offer good products and services, yes, and then that will improve Bomani's people that are coming.
No. It's not about Bomani. That's just an look. There are much more black people that want to come. It's not about Bomani. He's just an example.
I know.
So I don't want you to make it about him. It's just an example.
Yes.
There are a lot more black people that want to come to Africa, but they're used to certain standard, and Africans should provide that standard. That's my point.
I know it's an obvious point. A child can understand that point. A child can understand that point. I'm not talking about that. That is low level. I'm talking about the more complicated, more.
Okay, I want to hear your point. Go ahead.
Okay,
I'm gonna
can I step in and show the international way?
I've
Let
got
me do
your
the.
point, Afridamus. I've got Amara's point.
No,
I've
let me
got
show
your
you what I'm
business
doing
model.
right now in the United States. Me and my cousin. Okay. Now they got this
watch this now.
international trade shows. Okay. They got symposiums. Okay. All right. They got expos. When you go to an expo, you rent a booth. You have your flyers, you have your videos, you have your slides.
Yeah, I know about that. I've been there.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm doing on the in America, and that's what my cousin is doing in Paris. We're hitting all because we got palm oil that we're extending. So on the international circuit, it's one is highly competitive. Two, because the British took the palm oil from from Africa and took it to Malaysia and India. India and Malaysia and Indonesia always have the big contracts, long-term contracts.
Yeah. For a long time, because they use it to light their lamps.
Yeah, no, they do 10-year contracts like Thai, Hershey, all the big products, all the household goods, all the cosmetics. They lock them into long-term contracts.
Yes.
We, on the African continent, we got to go by harvest. That's why I'm always in America, and that's why my cousin is always in Paris. We have to network. You have to go to all these places and pass up all your information and follow up with emails and all that. It's called
business.
No,
Amara.
listen, calm down. I'm telling you, our placement. The Asians are at the top of the game. Like in one of my businesses.
You see, I didn't know that.
Listen, on the international circuits.
You know, let him speak.
Let me listen to Amara.
Yeah, let him speak. Let him speak.
Afridamus, I've got you.
Okay,
go on,
you see what I'm trying to say? But
go on.
In any business, you dominate your local market first. And then you fight for market share outside. You know, for example, in Sierra Leone, I'm a member of the Sierra Leone Manufacturers Union, the Produce Manufacturers Union. Yes. Okay? We have legislation that protects us from competition from outside. So you have to dominate your local markets. Okay? And then the outside competition is open seasons. For example, these Asians and United States and Europeans have some kind of free trade agreement going on where the Indonesians, and like I told you, Indonesians and I've been to all these places, the Indonesians and the Malaysians get all the action. They got all the long-term contracts. I have to fight from harvest to harvest. Every harvest we have to sign contracts, and the people do not. Most of the time, those people are startup companies.
Okay, one moment.
They don't have their money dried up.
Hold on, Mara. Let me see if I understand what you said. 1 second. Let me see if I understand what you said. You saying that the others, they get long-term contracts.
The stable companies.
You hold it. Let me see if I understand. Let me repeat what you're saying to see if I understand what you're saying.
Okay.
From what I understand, what you said is that the others get long-term contracts, but your business has to be from harvest to harvest. Is that correct?
I'm telling you about African businesses. It's common among all African businesses. African businesses in the palm oil industry.
It's harvest to harvest.
It's harvest to harvest.
Correct? Right,
yes,
hold it. So
I'm gonna tell you why.
Hold it, Amara. Let me see if I understand what you're saying. Wait a minute, slow down. Let's get clarity. Right. So you're saying Africa works on a harvest to harvest.
It's racial discrimination.
Now we get
yes.
Okay, right, okay.
Yes.
So let's break it down. Right. Yeah. So watch this. Because we're talking about solutions here. So I want to get clarity.
Look, IC3, let me tell you something, right? IC3. I walked in a
Afridamus, please let me speak to
into
Amara.
a grocery store. Let me tell you, to buy. Do you know Red Snapper? Red Snapper.
Oh look! Don't tell me about these products.
No, it's a fish. Do you know? I tried to buy a Red Snapper from a Chinese store. You know where they got the Red Snapper from? You know what pissed me off?
Yeah.
From the Gambia. And guess how much it was gonna it cost me? $53. One fish. One fish. You want to tell me this is not rigged? You want to tell me this is not a rigged system?
Okay.
Here's the thing. Me and Amara, what we are saying is we want to control our own system. When I was in Gambia, do you know how much red snapper fish cost me?
All right, please, let's not go into the price of products.
About $2.
Exactly. In America,
Okay.
$53.
It's rigged. Yeah.
So why can't we? This is naturally occurring in our waters. Why can't we sell it? Why can't we be in charge? Who is selling this fish?
Yes.
Who is selling this?
Yes. The question, why? So let's answer the question.
Yeah, Carla, can I hear you?
The question.
Okay, yeah, I want to hear the new guy. Before
Yeah, hold on for a second. Yeah, absolutely. Because let me make sure I pronounce the name right. Nilotic.
Jota.
Greetings, brother. Welcome to the call. If you could just introduce yourself and say your name so we have a better pronunciation of your name. I don't like messing people's names up.
I do. I do.
Nilotic. Brother, you're gonna have to unmute yourself. I'm trying to open it up so you can talk because these guys are gonna keep on going, man.
Yeah, we need a break.
The person just joining the panel, brother, unmute yourself. All right, he's
look,
he's ready. You can.
I don't know. Look, I see three. You're ignoring. Look, you're ignoring facts here. Here's the thing. Why? I'm talking about. Look. I've seen it with my own eyes, right? Why would I? Like one single snapper, red snapper. $53.20.
Please, let's look at the bigger picture.
This is naturally occurring in the waters where I come from.
About the market itself.
But here's the thing, Amara and I, we are talking about the market. We are focusing on the market. You see?
Right. So let's focus on the market. Let's not talk about products. Let's talk about the market. Now, you just made a statement, and I think Amara will agree. I think that's exactly what you're saying. The market is rigged. So that's the problem that Black Africans have to face. The market,
but
the international market is rigged.
Things are only rigged if you are unaware. Now we are awakened to it. Myself and Amara, we know this to be a fact. So now we are doing something about it, meaning we want to control our own market.
Okay, good. So let's do a recap now, and let's Nilotic Junta wants to come in. Do you want to say something, Nilotic Junta?
Let me see if yes, he's unmuted. Greetings, our brother. Welcome to the call, and give us a good pronunciation of your name so we can be clear on your name. Nilotic, you're on. Your mic is unmuted. Let me. Please, if you're gonna join a call, anyone, please make sure you have good internet connections and network because we are moving fast. All right, so brother, let me
look. These Negroes are on some janky internet. Look,
hold on for a second.
Are you stealing from your neighbor, please?
Yeah, I hear him now. Go ahead, Lotek.
No, I'm driving.
Oh, you can speak and drive at the same time, bro.
Look, we got this Negro stealing from their neighbors. First of all, don't be calling into this show. Niggas like bootleg, like they bootleg everything, even the internet. Like, what the hell, man? Look,
okay.
IC3, what I'm saying is, IC3, you have to realize, right? The operation that Amara, here's the thing, that Amara is in. You know how I know? Because even though he's lucky he inherited the land. I had to buy this land from scratch. Right? And you know what I'm creating? On my land, I'm like on the ocean. People are fishing there. Like
Yeah, I heard it all
we're
before.
catching. But
I've
but,
heard
but
it. You
here's the
said
thing.
all
Here's the
that.
thing. I know
You
the
said all
price.
that. Why
I
say
know
it all
the
again?
prices. But what I'm saying is, how come? Why can't? How
Why?
come we don't deserve? We don't deserve these prices. What is
Yes,
going
I've
on?
got the point. The market is rigged. Okay, so
Yes,
let's talk solutions now. Right. So
because the
Afridamus and
product.
Amara.
There's no problem with the product. You know that, right?
I know. I got that, Afridamus. I've got it. I understand. So we're going to use you and Amara as examples of African businessmen who have achieved success in the local market, but are challenged when they try to go international because the international market is rigged. That is the problem. And so, what is the solution? Okay, so let's focus on solutions now. You're a successful businessman. You're okay in Africa. You're doing well, and you okay, right?
Well,
So
somebody posts a solution. So this is for you, Afridamus. They post a solution. So and same thing for you, IC3.
Look. Here's the thing.
okay,
You
let
know,
me read it.
I've got a solution to this, right? First of all, like I said, I'm self-sustaining, right?
We have a comment up in reference to what we're talking about. So
No, they don't know what they're
Afridamus,
talking
let
about.
me read it out. Mola says,
I'm
let me read it out.
creating a self-sufficient.
Mola says, let's read it out. Mola says, Afridamus, do you have the capability to process it, freeze it, and quickly transport it via cargo planes to your supermarket customers in the States?
Yes, I do now.
Hold it. And he says, there's a reason why it costs
No,
$3.43.
look, he doesn't know.
That's right.
He doesn't look.
Thank you, Mola.
He doesn't know. Look, IC3, let me tell you. I have
Oh my
figured
God.
this out. I've figured it out, right? There's a reason why I control my own electricity, because what I'm doing is everything is solar, a solar city, and I own the grid, right? So yes,
In
I
Africa.
have the capability to ship it in. This is why I'm speaking about these things confidently. I know what I'm talking about.
Hold it. So, you, Afridamus, and Amara are successful African businessmen. We can use you as a model of successful African business people in control of their local market. Now, the problem comes when we start moving into the international market. So I would like to keep the conversation on the rigged international market and
Okay, let me step
solution.
in. Let me step in. Let me tell you something I go through every day.
Can I just say what I want to say real quick?
And my cousin.
And as a matter of fact, hold on, Amara. I just want to hear what this guy has to say, then you guys can continue. Brother, you're gonna have to turn your mic up. Turn your mic up.
Yeah, sorry, I'm on the high.
We don't care.
Yeah, I'm on the highway right now. So
just talk.
Well, hopefully you're in a good
let me
position.
just say what I need to say before. Wait. Can I just say what I need to say real quick?
Yeah.
Concerning the international market. The reason Africa is at a disadvantage on the international market is because you have no options. The rest of the players on the international market have their own foundation and basis of industry within their own country before they even start exporting. The reason Africa is at a disadvantage is you have no internal economy of your own. You have no industrial base of your own. And then you try and go into the international market and compete.
You can create a regional piece. Let me ask you a question.
Someone who has no option.
Let me start right there.
Wait, let me finish 1 second.
Coastline from Senegal, all those ports, or from Senegal to, let's say, down to Cameroon. You got at least what we talking about a market of at least what?
Yeah, but none of these countries are industrialized to any level.
No, I'm not. Look, Nalotic.
Industrialized, you have to build. For industrialization is a lagging. You know, that's not the primary. That's the lagging. People use that excuse why Africa don't want to develop. For example,
Caleb, and you and this is for everybody, please. Everyone has a chance. This guy only spoke for like a few seconds.
Okay. I want to reply to what he's saying. Go ahead. No.
Yeah, but let him finish and complete. Okay. Finish your point about the market and this be as detailed as possible.
Look, when you go into the international market, and you want to sell your raw goods and materials. Of course, they are going to undercut the value of those raw goods and materials, because it's not like you have okay, let's say gold. You want to sell gold as an African. They're going to say your gold is worth half the price. You know why? Because you have no refineries in your own country. So you have no one else to sell it to. You can't sell it to yourselves. So of course I'm going to undercut you. It's just the way business goes. It's the way business goes. When I say you haven't industrialized, there's no industry in Africa that is vertically integrated, like from the mining all the way to the final product. You cannot name one country there that has integrated any of that industry. Even South Africa, they claim to have a car. They have
horizontal integration, not vertical.
Look, wait, let me finish. I live in South Africa. They don't have a car industry. What happens is Rolls-Royce, Volkswagen, and all these companies, they just come to South Africa with the already made machinery and stuff, and the machinery is already made. The machine is already made in Germany. They just come in together in South Africa. Yeah, because it's cheaper. It's just an assembly line. It's not a car manufacturing industry. So that's the problem. When you go into the international market and you have no foundation and base, you are going to get undercut. Why does Nigeria get undercut for its oil, while Saudi Arabia makes as much money as it does for its oil? Saudi Arabia owns its refineries. It owns every stage of the production, from extraction to refining. Even it has its own chemical industry.
Even the drilling.
That's why they make as much money as they do. Yes. Why does Nigeria not make as much money? Because they just say, oh, Shell, here's the plot of land. Just pay me royalties, and you can do everything. Of course, you're not going to make as much money.
Yeah, we have to change that.
Those are the problems. Every African country faces this. So as long as you don't change this at the foundation, you will always be undercut. You will always be getting pimped. I have to go.
Okay, well said, brother.
I don't know
are you familiar with
let me reply to that, right? Now, I said a while ago, right? That what we have to do, right? And like when we talk about a market, right? Africa has a Fisher, Amara, let me.
You guys,
I've been silent for an hour.
Except for this one guy, and as soon as he started talking, everybody want to cut him off, and I literally didn't even get a chance to fully hear what he had to say.
Oh, yeah, I thought it was done. Are you done, Georgia?
Well, I was talking about Amara. Amara cuts in, so I dropped him down because he feel like his conversation is more important than anybody else.
Yeah, well, what I'm saying, I want to say this. I'll let everybody continue, because everybody got a lot to say. I'm drained. Anyway,
go ahead and finish up. And then,
what I'm saying was this.
I'm done.
No, what I'm saying is this.
To say, but I only have like 10 minutes left. So if someone
no problem. I will get to that, and then you'll respond, right? I'm saying like this. Okay, you have all these ports in Africa, right? But all the ports in Africa are about extracting materials and then sending it outside, right? There's no shipping for the most part from trading companies that operate within Dakar, Freetown, and all these other, and the Gambia and all these other places. And that operate like you could start like this but trading companies first, right? And then once you have, you could justify contracting a huge vessel to ship your goods down the continent and everything. Then now you got an internal African market and trade, right? You can have somebody selling products in one country, right? And he has a huge local market, a common market in the West Africa region, right? And then once you have that on a consistent basis and you can project growth, right? Now it's time to say, you know something? We have a coordinated shipping line, right? For example, all the stuff that comes in and out of Africa, they got to rely on the Western or companies' time schedule or maritime schedule or a manifest to get goods in and out. So in other words, if you have crops that's ready to go and you try to sell overseas, if you don't have a ship, a Chinese vessel, a German vessel, or a Portuguese vessel, will take it out, the crop would die. And it happened in Ghana a lot, So you have to basically grow based on the timing of the arrival of the ship. Now, if you had your own shipping line, right? And I say countries can't probably build their shipping line itself, but if you had a united or West African shipping company, you can contract vessels as a group to carry goods back and forth to the countries, right? And then once you get strong enough, right, you could have those goods carried to Western markets, right? Then when you grow from there, then it's time to look at purchasing your own vessels and everything and saving more money. That's what's called vertical integration, that you have everything,
Can I respond to the man from South Africa? He said one thing about. Hello, can I respond to the man from South Africa?
Go ahead, bro.
It said Africa does not have any. Okay, across the board, Africa does not have an industrial.
But they have consumption.
Yeah, I don't know where Amar went. I didn't remove him.
It's consumption. You have to, before you have industrialization, you have to have domestic consumption. And let me give you an example. I'm going to blow some people's minds out there. People say, Kyle, you're a genius, right?
Connor, yes, I understand what
hold
you're saying.
on. If the goal in West Africa,
I understand what you're saying.
Let me say this, right? If the goal in Africa, right, is to raise the standard of living for everybody, just basics, right? That everybody in every household has electricity and a refrigerator, right? That'll create a market right there for frozen goods, manufactured goods, and whatnot. So everybody does that. So, but the majority of people just live statistically. They're never going to build the industries. You have to have local domestic consumption before you talk about industrialization. You know, and then you export the excess.
Connor, what is the first industry?
Can I respond to the man from South Africa?
No, Amari, you cannot respond because he's talking, please. I mean, you can't just come force
Okay, my mic was off, but that's fine.
For me, look, you guys are jumping to stage 5, stage 6. Oh, sorry, am I cutting someone?
You're good.
No, brother, continue. We're trying to listen to what you're saying.
Speak, Junta.
Okay, the thing is, you're talking about shipping, all that stuff. Bro, you at stage 5. You at stage 5 and 6. Let's start at stage 1. I don't know why you guys keep jumping steps. Start at stage 1. Your agricultural industry needs to be industrialized at every country first.
I agree with that. I agree.
You need to create your own fertilizer industry. You need to create. You can do this as a region. So let's just say we take West Africa, right? We make it one region, one economic bloc first. So the best country to have its own fertilizer industry or whatever. So you separate these industries amongst these countries. So let's just say Nigeria, it's up to you to build a fertilizer industry. And then that fertilizer industry, you can export to the rest of West Africa. In that way, now we're no longer dependent on outside powers for our fertilizer. Okay, what does Gambia bring to the table? What is the one thing, like let's bring the 2 best agricultural products. Okay, Gambia, you specialize in this. You have to create your own science department for these fields. You need to create a GMO version of these seeds that can work in every West African country. Let's say mangoes. Okay, a genetically modified mango that has good taste and can survive West African climates across West Africa. So now you can export these seeds to Nigeria, to Ghana, all these other countries. That's how once you're done with the agricultural sector, then you can say, okay, we have the basis now. We can no longer starve. Like the international world cannot starve us now when we go against them on other things. Okay, then you move to light industries like clothing and textile industry, clothing and all that stuff. Then you subdivide what you need to do amongst these countries based on what they're good at. You let these countries specialize. Each region needs to do that. West Africa needs to do that. East Africa with the EAC needs to do that. The Southern African region needs to do that.
Do you really think that?
And then when we're all.
Now, Logic Junta, do you really think that those people in high positions in Africa don't understand what you just said? Haven't thought of that?
They don't have the political will to act on it.
Bro, they know it. Okay, thank you. This is what I wanted to get to. The reason they don't want to do this is once you start economically integrating, there is no equality in economic integration. One country is going to be there. Go look at the EU. There is no equality amongst those EU countries. German and French industries dominate the EU. I've been to Eastern Europe. When I went there for tourism, bro, we went to this farm, like it's a resort kind of area, but it's also a farm in the countryside. Even that was owned by a German guy. Think about it.
Yeah, and the point is, what is your point?
Across the East.
What is your point, Junta?
My point is let me finish, man. Goddamn, like you're not even letting me finish, and you're telling me.
Yeah, but these are obvious things. There's time limits.
Bro, let me
we
finish.
know all this stuff.
Let me finish.
I want to get to your point.
IC3, let me
where
finish.
The wisdom is.
Hey, yo, can you please mute this guy, man?
IC2, we have to be respectful. I mean, it's like everyone have heard everyone else talk, and this brother just came on, and as soon as he came on, everybody cutting him off. And in order for us to hear his point, we just have to let him talk. And to his point, brother, continue, please.
The reason the average country in West Africa doesn't, or in any part of Africa doesn't want this is Gambia willing to have all its industries dominated by Nigeria or Ghana or vice versa? No, because these local politicians, they want to dominate their own little market no matter what it is. They don't want even their own neighbor to come and challenge their own dominance. That's the reason. They're thinking to themselves, look, I'd rather just have a small chiefdom, economically speaking, than be the 10th best guy, the 10th most powerful guy in an empire. I'd rather just be the most powerful guy in a chiefdom than the 10th most powerful person in an empire. That's the problem. No country wants to be dominated by the other, no matter how small they are, no matter how economically unviable they are. They will look at their bigger neighbor and say, you know what, I'd rather trade with France than this guy. Because if this guy dominates me, then I will no longer have the power I want within my own chief.
Man, great point, brother. Great point. Kala, you want to respond to him, or IC3? Or anyone, or Mara? Mara is gone.
Okay. I just want to say, yeah, he's right. The bottom line is this: we have to get to the point where we have, like in Asia, right? They understood, like in the Bandung conference, right? And that's why I tell people, talking about, oh, we need the grassroots, and whatnot. The grassroots, for the most part, is only thinking about hand to mouth, the immediate, what they eat, like that. The people on a higher level could see the bigger picture, and so therefore the people on a higher level, right, often called elites. In America, we call them boule and all this kind of stuff like this, and nobody wants to basically be like this. Like I said, I have people who talk about in Liberia talking about, oh man, we don't want no Nigerians. Well, Nigerians got a lot of capital. Why wouldn't you want them to come here and invest in the hotels and put their money in there, or open, they got one Echo Bank that's in Liberia. Everybody loves it. It's a Nigerian bank, and the bottom line is this: we're suspicious of people and I'm not trying to basically take away from anybody's kingdom or whatever they think, but you got to look at the bigger picture when it comes to industries, right? Therefore, the people in Africa realize, right? When you have industrialization in industry, right, it may be owned by a consortium, right? And your local country, right, may be only a small player. And so we have this pseudo nationalism and all stuff like that. Oh, my country and everything. It's not going to happen. Now, let me give you a perfect example. We talk about cars. What if, right, we said we're going to have an African manufacturing industry? Well, what country produces iron ore? Liberia produces iron ore, right? What country tried to make steel? Like Nigeria. But Nigeria has like 4 or 5 steel mills that was abandoned, right? Because lack of management and everything. And they want to rehab them and everything. What if everybody, like if you look at the Lagos Plan of Action of 1979 out of Liberia, Monrovia, Liberia, it said they wanted to make Nigeria a steel producer for the continent, which African countries, right, through their stock exchange and everything, could basically own shares in this steel company and everything. But the thing is, though, all countries would agree that the steel makers in Africa would have priority over imported steel from Europe. So that was a plan. So in other words, basically, if you look at steel in Africa, when you see a building coming up, that's a net loss because most of the steel that you see in buildings and construction and everything come from overseas. If we had one country in Africa that was a major steel producer, right? And if every African country said, we're going to basically buy from this person, right? Then the local country could basically benefit by being procurers and distributors, and you're creating jobs and opportunity and on down the line. But that takes long-term planning, So that's what the problem is, right? So when we talk about why Africa is not industrialized, right, there has to be a domestic market. Now, I don't believe that Africa doesn't have a domestic market because there's consumption going on, right? Africans consume a lot of milk, they consume a lot of juice, they consume a lot of rice and everything like that. But the thing is, it's not coordinated for the most part by us on a large scale. Like Mar was saying earlier, everybody in Africa and Freetown and everything want imported frosted flakes and everything, instead of local brand market. So that has to change. If we basically was making a point of buying locally and manufacturing locally and make that a thing. So if you see a product made on the African continent and we take pride in that, and we say we're going to distribute that and something like that, then you can stimulate industrialization. Clothing is same thing. Africans make a lot of fabric, fabric and stuff like that, but they have to modernize that to bring in large scale machineries and stuff like that to make cloth and clothing in large numbers. And then all of a sudden, the people in Africa, the people that are buyers, we have to also create a buyers society, procure society in Africa, right? That means people who are merchandisers, who buy things in bulk, trading companies and everything, and that basically buy stuff in bulk and distribute that, right, to local manufacturers, local businesses, local shops and everything like that. We have to do that. So therefore, when somebody says, I want to manufacture, right, he already has buyers. He's not looking to manufacture. You can't just manufacture something and then look for somebody to sell it. The product should be already sold before you even start manufacturing. That's what they have in Asia. When somebody wants to say, look, I want to make batteries in Asia, right? He knows that he has hundreds of people, companies that's going to buy his stuff before the stuff is even made. It's already sold before it's even made. We don't have that in Africa because there's no political will, and social will, and that's why. Good.
The political will and social will. Fantastic color genesis. So, listening to Afridamus, listening to Amara, listening to Bomani, and listen to the Juntas, Nautic Juntas speak. I've noticed that everybody has a good understanding of the problem. You understand business, you understand the market, and you understand that the market is rigged, and you understand the problems you have. You got complete understanding, and all of the talking I'm hearing is that you're trying to convince people that you understand the problem. We get it. You all have a high level understanding of the problem. There's no need to go into the details of the price of fish. We know all of this. You're just explaining that you understand the business challenges Black Africans are facing. All right, we got it. We got it. You do understand the problem. Now, can we raise the conversation to focusing on the solution? So when you speak, don't say, you should, at the end of your point, it shouldn't be, oh, did you get the point? There's a problem. The point is there's a problem. Okay, what's your point? Oh, there's a problem. Oh, what's your point? Oh, I understand the problem. Yes, I got the point. All the points are that the point is you understand the problem. Okay, we got that. So can we move the conversation up now where it gets difficult, very difficult, into the realm of solutions? See, because when we start talking about solutions, then egos can get hurt, and then the reasoning starts to wobble, because that's where the area is more difficult to stay in the realm of solutions. Because I understand at this level of conversation, we understand these points, we understand the problems points. But what is the solution? So I liked how the last point that Carla made there. The will, social, right? So the solution is going to be the solution to all the problem points that are made is in the understanding of the social and political will. Right. So what is the will? What is the will of the Black African? Because the will is the power. How can that power be brought together into a vessel, an entity, so that that power, the will of Black Africa, can be condensed into a force, and then that force can be directed to accomplish whatever needs to be done, because that is the solution. The solution is in the realm of how to direct the Black African will. So that conversation now, what kind of conversation is that? It's not about fish prices, the price of fish. What is the Black African will? Social, as Carla Genesis said, social and political will. What is it? How can we direct it? See, that's where the conversation gets very difficult. What are you talking about? When we understand that, then we're talking about real power. We're talking about the directing and the focusing and use of real power.
Well, I was gonna try to get African to communicate with you, but he left. So if he's still back on, because I wanted him to communicate with you, because you're referencing the things that he's talking about also.
Yes. So Carla Genesis, he's got it. You see, the way that's it. The solution realm is all in the last few words. Carla Genesis says, social and political will. What is it? What is the Black African will? Because if we understand that and we understand how to direct it, then it's going to solve all the problems that you all understand so well.
I'll tell you what the problem is. The problem is that most Africans and Black people rely too much on what the World Bank says, the World Trade Organization says, these global institutions and everything. They figure if they play by their rules, everything is better. There's no, and people do not take when we say Pan-Africanism, right? People think we always feel good, but I use Pan-Africanism for what I mean is LARP. LARP is an acronym. It means it's logical, achievable, reasonable, and practical. And so therefore it's not feel good Pan-African. It's hard work to basically say, something, why are we doing this, right? One, we got millions of people who are Black Africans that live in the West, right? That's a resource, right? Instead of saying like this, and also, let's be honest with ourselves, Africa has been gutted with human capital for hundreds of years, right? And still, right, the most important resources you have in any country is human capital, right? You could put a bunch of people, right? Let's say the top minds with degrees and everything in one city, right? Just put them there. Just put them in one place, right? And give them a platform to operate on within years with no resources, no anything, right? That place, through connections and study and everything, will be a thriving society. It's been done before. But you can have all the resources in the world, minerals, diamonds, everything like that, right? If you don't have the social, political will and everything, culture will to do anything, you'll still be poor by bragging about we have so many natural resources and everything like that. You see it in the Congo.
Yes.
Congo has all the resources, but it's poor, right? You take a country like Singapore, has no natural resources and is rich. Same thing with Japan.
Yes, right.
Why? Because they basically, and also the reason how you change that, right, is through education, right? This idea of building a Black African infrastructure should be number one on the continent. I don't see that with the Dr. Arakandas and everything. They don't talk about how you pull people together and build the content and everything. Everything is like, oh, the white man's taking all the resources. Well, right now, Africa really has no choice. You know, either you sell them your minerals or you starve.
That's right.
What are the options you have? You know.
Right.
So therefore, how do we move from that? Right, is you got to take the necessary steps to ensure the next generation. But I don't think people think about the next generation. All they think about is what's now, what's immediate, and stuff like this. You know, there's no.
Yes.
Actually, I'm encouraged by Afridamus and Amara. At least they are doing a business and stuff like that on the continent. So I commend for that. You know.
Yes.
But as far as like what Junta was saying, to take it to that next level, you know, it's going to take some hard choices. You know, it's going to take some hard decisions. You know, the market. First of all, why are Chinese vessels and Korean vessels are fishing off African shores and selling the same fish back to Africans? You know, that's a question that needs to be answered. There's no political or social will to change that. You know.
Okay, so watch this. Let me challenge you now. Let's go back and forth. Me and you, Carla. Me and you now. So I'm going to take the opposite position, the other side. Now, you are, how you're speaking is practical, yeah? Practical, real world, real business, real products, stock, shipping, real things, yeah? Tangibles. Right. And you, just like Afridamus and Amara, are focused on the tangibles, on reality, and on real politics. And I think that you all are up to speed on that. There's no need. I don't doubt your abilities in real politics and business, real stocks, real money, real products. I'm convinced, and Bomani as well, you know your business. So that is not a problem. Okay. Here's the challenge. I want to push back and say that in the realm of, as you mentioned, social willpower, political will. So I think all of you practical, real politic Black Africans, you understand that the solution to all the problems that you're well aware of lies in the realms of direction of the will, social, political will. And once you start talking about the will, you're moving into another realm, into a strange realm. You're moving out of the real politics. You're moving out of the material goods and services and prices into another strange paradigm. The paradigm where you all, as realists and practical people, recognize that the solution is in the will, social will, political will. And what is the will in practice? Can you get your hand on the will? Can you put the will of Black Africa in a box? Can you put it in a book? How are you going? If the solution is in the understanding of the Black African willpower, will, social will, and political will, how are you going to manage that? So this is where I'm going to come with my angle now. So the solution to all the discussion, all the good points that were made earlier in this discussion is in the will. So now you might I did this presentation yesterday, actually. This is a new graphic I did to illustrate the solution. And we're talking about will now, the will, the African will. So I'm saying that the only way to unite and direct the Black African social, political, financial will is in understanding what it's up against. So, can you put the screen up and show this? Oh, yeah, go on. Show that first. Yeah, so watch this. You see, I think you all realized it from before when we were talking about the market is rigged. Yeah, the other brother, I think it's Amara, said that, or Afridamus said, the market is rigged. So what is this rigging precisely? What does it mean that the market is rigged? And what is that rigging? And how can you dismantle that rigging? And I think we're all aware. Okay, so the whole financial, political, and cultural ecosystem is based on an ancient idea, and they're in denial. This idea, this belief system is fully functional, but they deny it in the church, they deny it in the political realms, they deny it in the governments. Everybody is in denial of this belief system, but they believe it and they use it, the white supremacists. So it's all based on the idea of the curse of Ham, an interpretation. Don't forget, we're talking about not material things now. We're talking about the African will, social, political, religious will, in order, because we know that that's where the solution is. So I'm just asking you to give me a few moments to talk about this immaterial solution to the problems that you all are well aware of. Now, just let me read this. It says here, look, this is a passage of scripture. So this is the Abrahamic, yes? So the Jews, the Christians, and the Muslims, and that combination, the Abrahamic faiths basically dominate the world. The world is constructed based on the Abrahamic faiths. Yes, an interpretation. And they believe, if they won't admit it, but I'm telling you anyway, that they believe in the curse of Ham. What is this? What is that? Right. In Genesis, in the Bible, because we're talking about the will now, immaterial things.
You gotta wrap up because I gotta get off in a minute. So
yeah. Okay, but this all is economics. So Genesis 9:24-27. It's authorized King James Version. It says, and Noah spoke. Noah awoke from his wine and knew what his younger son had done unto him. And he said, cursed be Canaan, a servant of servants shall he be unto his brethren. And he said, blessed be the Lord God of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. And God shall strengthen Japheth, and he shall dwell in the tents of Shem, and Canaan shall be his servant. So basically, all Africa, all black people are believed to be the descendants of Ham, Canaan, and the curse was that his skin should turn black. Yes? So this growth, when they talk about growth in business, right, that is the growth they're talking about. That is why they're buying skin bleaching cream and trying to be white, and the Asians want to be white because of the value in whiteness. So the whole economy, the whole business, this rigged system that you're aware of, that you described earlier on, Amaro was saying it, Afridamus was saying it, this is the rigging of the system. It's based off the belief, and that this is how it's the Noahide laws. So Africa must be kept in debt and death, and growth is towards whiteness, Europe. You see, so that's the whole economic ecosystem. And if the Black African will can be directed to counter this immaterial ecosystem, belief system, then it will allow all you African businessmen to take control, full control of your local economy as well as your international business economy. So just by raising awareness of this ecosystem and how it works, alongside with your work, I know you're all real businessmen. You're dealing with real things, real goats with real prices and real stocks and real land. But besides, whilst you're letting people know about your efficiency in business, you've got to raise awareness of the spiritual, the invisible area of the will. Does that point?
Yeah.
Do you see any value in that point?
Yeah, I mean, that's been said a million times before, but the bottom line is we are where we are right now, you know, and everybody knows that. Everybody knows white people dominate the world and stuff like that. Black people have self-hate issues and everything. But, you know, we're just going to do my part in I think somebody asked a question. Colin, name one important that we dominate, control, anything. We can get behind our support. Well, we put up the 20 top Black businesses in America several times, right? And the bottom line is this: it's not about just one particular industry, right? We have to be global in our thinking and everything. We have to get behind Black-owned products and stuff like that, make it our own. If you have a restaurant chain, you should be buying your coffee from Rwanda and stuff like this. There's stuff we have, but we're just not together or coordinated to do that. And so, like I said, it's not gonna happen in our lifetime, right? It's not gonna happen in our lifetime, but we just have to get people on this on the same page. You know, we get some people on the same page. You know, and how to do that, right, is first by supporting travel to the continent, right? Black business, Black-owned business like the Buy Black movement and stuff like this. You know, whether we let's be honest with ourselves, majority of Black people in America earn their money from white-owned businesses and white-owned establishment. You know, that's the reality. You know, even though we got a lot of tremendous Black businesses and everything like that, the majority of Black people, there's a disconnect between the Black people who are at the top and the masses of Black people. If the Black people at the top had access to all the Black labor and brain power in Black America, we dominate the world. But that does not happen. There's a reason why there's no Black majorities in any state. You know, so we dominate cities and everything. But ever notice that there's never any Black people that dominate state? Now, California, they said that Latinos are the largest population in California, right? Black people have never reached that. Black people can go to Wyoming. There's 2 million people, right, and become the majority, take over the state, everything. Why is that not happening, right? Because they keep us fixated on problems. Like I said, that's why I played that reparations video. People are mad now. Oh, we want reparations. We're not doing anything. We abandoned the Black towns in America. We abandoned and stuff like that. We let crime and everything go out of control in our communities. We run from our communities and everything like that because we don't take a stand and make sure that that Black dollars are staying in Black areas. But you can't have Black dollars stay in Black areas if Black people don't want to be there. You know. So when people talk about, we need to spend more money in the hood and everything, but when you go see people getting shot and violence and everything, we let the streets run rapid with blood and everything. People are just basically like, I'm moving out some suburbs somewhere. I'm not gonna have anything to do with Black America. And so I said the solution would be to start building towns and stuff like that on the African continent that we control. We control the economy from top to bottom and everything, and that's the future. But anyway, I have to go. It's 3:30. I have a lot of work to do. I have to get up really early in the morning. I only got to get like 5 hours sleep and everything. Thank you, IC3. Thank you, Bomani. And I'll say, yeah, I'll be listening in the back. Y'all carry on.
I appreciate you, brother. Good night, and you take care. And
Right.
Anybody else want to join us, you can join us, and then we're going to be wrapping up shortly. IC3, you can continue, brother.
Yes. Okay. So, some people were saying that what I was saying was abstract. Okay. What is there any real business, any real thing we can buy to do it physically real? Okay. Well, watch this. I think all of you that are saying that I'm too abstract, you will all admit that control of black banking, if black African people are in control of their finances, because that's the last thing Carla Jens was just talking about. Yes, finance. See, so the realm of finance, you're moving into the realm of the abstract. How do you get black Africans to buy black, to see value in the economy, but to actually buy black rather than it's just business? No, there's buying black is a specific kind of business. Yes, it's not just about profit and savings. It's money and banking and finance related to race. Whilst the majority of people, they think, oh, it's business, it's just business. Money has no color. Ah, money definitely has. Why? What do you mean buy black? If it's buy black, then you're associating race with finance. Yes. So to move, so then you're moving into racial banking, racial finance in the world of the abstract. Because finance, once you move into finance, you're starting to move into faith. Yes, faith, trust. Yes, which goes back to what Carla Genesis was saying. The will. What is the will? So I'm emphasizing all these words that we're using. What is the Black African social and political will? Will. What do you mean? You're talking abstract. The will. Buy black. Finance. See, so the solution is in the abstract. Everybody likes, okay, look, that's real. I can pick that with my hand. I can put it in my mouth. That's real. Day to day real. Yes. But that's like, that's basic functional. But if you don't think above that, if you do not master the realm of the abstract, you will stay like an animal, like stock. They'll feed you like a dog. You're cattle. Yes, they'll feed the animals on the farm. Animals are not thinking in abstract. So you'll say, oh, he's all abstract. He's all over the place. And all this lot. Let's get back to reality. Let's get back to reality. Yes, like an animal, like cattle. If you got to dominate the abstract as well as the real. Otherwise, if you don't dominate that abstract, they will use the abstract to dominate you. And they will. They are. So all you think, people thinking like cattle, I need to put food on the table. Yes. Okay. If you need to put food on the table, those people, those white supremacists will make sure you got food to put on the table, as long as they're in control of you through the abstract, because it's banking and finance. How does banking and finance work? It's all in the realm of the abstract. How do you maintain trust? Because you're saying, oh, buy black. We got to trust each other. What is trust? And how does trust relates to the will. If you have no trust, if you don't have an understanding of the abstract, because the trust is what creates the vessel. The trust holds the power. The trust is the vessel that holds values. Yeah. So if you understand trust, if you understand trust, then you understand how to build a structure, a vessel. And then once you can build that vessel, it then can hold value. And if it's holding value inside that vessel, as the value increases, so does the power. So you can then design larger vessels that can hold larger amounts of value, which means more power to get things done. And then, but how does that go back to what Carla Genesis was saying about social and political will? Okay. The will is based on value, currency. So this is how it's going to come back to money, and what you all laughing at me saying I'm too abstract. Yes, the will is related to value. Value is related to currency. Currency, value in the currency. Yes. What is the currency? So are you using the dollar? Or what is the value and the what is the exchange rate? Right? Why the dollar and maybe not the naira or the CD? What is the value of the currency? The currency, the identity of the currency is directly linked to the nation. And the nation is a people. Yes? And the value of the currency, which is the identity of the people or group, is a direct link to the value of the individual within that nation. So if you can devalue the currency in one move, you can devalue the people, you can devalue their bodies, you can devalue their minds. They're going to leave from there and go and come to the West to earn money, to get a job, to send money back to Africa. Why? Because the currency is stronger. Why is the currency stronger? Why? How? See, that's in the realm of the abstract. You can why? Well, stop talking. You got a good understanding of the practical and the real. Spend some time thinking about the abstract. Stop running away from it, because that is where you're being dominated from. You're being dominated and controlled from the abstract. Africa and black people, black Africa, are being dominated and controlled from the world of the abstract. Why? Because the abstract is the invisible. So you have you talk about money. Oh, we need money for this, money that. People always talking money. But they don't. How often do you hear people talk about currency? The only time they talk about currency is when they're thinking about, I've got to get the exchange to go because I'm going on holiday. But people just talking about money all the time, but they're not talking about currency. So the secret, the solution to the Black African problem is understanding the difference between currency and money. Currency and money. Currency is the invisible realm, the abstract. Money can be diamonds, it can be gold, it can be paper printed. Yeah, it's physical. You can see money. So you're saying, oh yeah, let's be practical. let's deal with reality. Yeah, I can see the gold, I can see the diamond, I can see the goats, I can see the oil, but you're not thinking about the value. How do you increase and how do you decrease the value of something that is seen? That is in the realm of the abstract, which is the unseen. Currency is invisible. Value is invisible. Money is visible. Invisible and visible. If you don't deal with the invisible, you will be dominated in your visible. You are nothing but cattle. The cattle and the animals can see the feed. They can see they can see the grain. They can see what they're going to eat, and they can see what they're going to put on the table. But the animals, the black animals, they're not thinking about the invisible, the abstract, and how to manipulate the abstract. So in one move, think about this. If you, those who know, those who, what's that what he says? W says, I understand the abstract. The problem is that the Africans may not understand the abstract. Okay, so therefore, if we can recognize and appreciate that you have to, well, I can't say that the Africans don't understand the abstract. They understand their own abstract because they have their own spiritual systems and values and traditions. Yeah. And yeah, so they do understand their local abstract. Yes. But they don't understand the international abstract. Because it's the international abstract is where the power is to control your little local abstract. And that's more advanced people. And then there's other people who've got no appreciation for the abstract whatsoever. And they're just like monkeys. You're perceived as a monkey. Oh, you want something? You want to see something? Yeah, we'll give you something to see. You want to put food on the table? Yeah, we'll put food on your table. Yeah, we'll give you all the practical you want. Yeah, but you've got to focus on the abstract because the solution is in the solution to the problems that you all understand is in the abstract, in the invisible. So let me show you the abstract currency. If you start thinking about currency rather than money, you'll understand that these people are clever as hell. Clever as hell. By staying in control of the abstract, which is currency, which is the invisible, right? When a people, a nation, a tribe, or any group, when they have a currency, money that's directly, like sort of Nigeria, for example, the Nigerian naira, or Nigerian money, or Ghanaian money, or Somali money, yes, that money is directly linked to the people, the physical, yes. So the money is the abstract of the physical people, right? So the money, the currency, to the people are the money, the people and their resources and their land are the money, but the currency, which is the invisible, is the value of the people, of the resources, of the land. Yeah. So by manipulating the currency, you can devalue a people. You can make people leave from their neighborhoods, fly to America. You can make people actually, whilst they're still in Africa, this is all to do with the invisible, the abstract. Whilst people are in Africa amongst their own kind, and might not even seen a white person yet. Whilst they're in Africa, the manipulation of the currency can make the young people aspire. What's this aspiration? Abstract, isn't it? Abstract. They can make the young people who are sitting at your dinner table eating your real food practical. Yeah, you want to be practical. Eating your real food. They're aspiring to go to the West. They are studying and learning to get qualified and to do some local benefit, but then they're starting to think abroad, internationally, because why? The currency. So their currency, which is them, which is their identity, has been devalued. So if they leave Africa and go to the West, where the currency is of greater value, right? Then they earn money in the West. Then they can send some money, currency, back to Africa and support those people in Africa. And all of this that's taking place is in the realm of the abstract. Why? Because just by manipulating the currency values, you can devalue the people, you can devalue their resources, you can do everything all in one move. One move. Sink Naira, 1 Naira to £1. And then the Naira sank 500, 600 Naira to £1. How, we're staying in the realm of the abstract, how does a Naira get dropped? How is it done? Is it by natural forces? I think from the discussion earlier on, we all agree, you said the market is rigged. So the rigging of the market, because the market is dealing with real practical things like you're saying, but this rigging, how is the market rigged? How does the rig work, and how can the rig be countered? Because that rigging enabled the Naira from 1 Naira to £1 equivalent, 1 Naira is equivalent to £1 Naira, to 600 or 700 Naira for £1. How do you move value? How do you move the invisible? How do you move the invisible? That's real abstract, isn't it? But all of you who are saying, "Oh, let's be real. Let's talk about reality." Yeah. If your currency is dropped, then all your sheep, your goats, your oil, right? That's real things are impacted, and there's real ships, but those ships have to be financed. So that is why I'm saying we need to spend some time understanding the rigging. The rigging is invisible. It's in the realm of the abstract. So it may sound boring and a bit off key, but we have to understand that rigging. How? Because what is it? The IMF, International Monetary Fund, loans, finance, banking. That's where the power is. That's where the power is. So by understanding, so this is where I got to sell it to Bomani and and Carla Genesis, and to Afridamus, and to Amara, and to Nilotic Junta. You see, so when I'm going banging on and on and on about reparations, right? The reason I'm banging on and on about reparations is because reparations is the most powerful way to get control of the abstract. Reparations is the doorway to the abstract. So when I'm talking reparations, don't think about it in terms of, oh, like what a lot of the Americans are thinking, oh, do we want our check? We want our check. You see, we want our check, the physical check. We want, yeah. Then you like cattle that you're begging for your feed that you can see, like an animal. When I'm talking reparations, I'm covering the abstract, the invisible, as well as the visible. Both aspects. Yes? So reparations in the model of the reparation nation, right? The reparation nation. Because why nation? Because nation deals with people, people as money, and then people as a currency. The currency, the value of the nation itself. Because currency, yes, when you talk about money, currency, what is it? The dollar? Is it the yen? Yeah, these categories of money are the same as the people. If you devalue the yen, if you devalue the euro, you're devaluing the European people as a whole. So they have to, in the abstract, keep raising the value and devaluing other currencies. They have to devalue our other currencies in order to maintain the value of their currency, and maintaining the value of their currency is maintaining the value of their people, which is also maintaining the value of their government, which is also maintaining the value of their state. And a high value state, government, and people will attract the poorer people coming from the third world, will run from that low place, running towards the value. They're running, yeah, they're bleaching their skin. They're trying to get education, getting the education, and then hoping to be accepted in the high value currency and people and economy and system. So when I talk about reparations, I'm talking about reparations from, there's two aspects, two types: tradable assets and untradable assets. The tradable assets are things that are physical. Reparations can come in terms of money, gold, diamonds, all these physical things, or just dollars. Yes. And then the untradable assets are things of cultural value. Untradable, tradable, untradable. Untradable are things of cultural value. Culture. See, remember we're talking about currency, culture, and value. Culture, value, currency. Increase the value of the currency, you're increasing the value of the people. And if you're increasing the value of the people, you're increasing the value of their culture. So culture, people, currency. money. Money, currency. Money, currency. Currency is in the invisible. Currency is related to culture. Culture, what's culture? Culture is what you do, is what the people do. Yeah, what the people do. So a people left to do what they can do will develop a culture. And from that culture, products, real products, because I know you want to say stay real in reality, but products come from culture. So when the people are together and relating to each other, they then create music, and their specific kind of music. So that music is a product of the culture. Yes, they also produce styles of clothing. Yes, it's practical. Yeah, but the styles of clothing are a product of the culture, because these people, when they get together, when they work together, they produce things. Because they have what? They have tastes. Taste. Yeah. What is taste? Taste, value, currency. See, so money to one side, I'm talking about the realm of the invisible. So people working together, Black African people working together, they create tastes, value, culture. And that culture has products. It produces products as in fashion, it produces products as in food, it produces products as in music, it produces all kinds of products, span from structure, culture. Yes. So then these products of the culture, right, then have value to them. So that's when you talk about the internal market. Yes, that's when you talk about the internal market, the local market. What you're talking about, local, internal, what you're talking about is that a specific group of people are relating to each other, trading with each other, with products that they're producing amongst each other. And then as they continue to trade locally amongst themselves, then the quality of those products, whether it's music, food, cuisine, increase in quality. And the increase in quality means the increase in value, which means the increase in the value of the currency, which means the increase in the value of the money. Currency, money. Yes? So don't disrespect the abstract. Otherwise you'll end up like you will stay as an animal and be treated like a dog or a piece of cattle by those who are dominating. So what's that? It's skill. W says skills, training, education, untradeable. Okay, yes, because skills, yes, skills, training, education. See, skills, education, and training are products of culture. It's the people trading locally amongst themselves. They develop the skills. They train each other. They're learning. Yeah. So all of that is happening internally, and as that gets to a high level, then foreigners will observe what is taking place locally and internally. Yes, because everybody's got their eyes open. Yes. So the foreigners will then arrive and say, wait a minute, Look at what these people are doing. What are they eating? What are they wearing? What are they listening to? These people. What is their currency? What is their money? What is the currency of these people? What is the value of these people? Right? So the value is in their skills, training, cultural assets. The assets, the things that they're producing. Okay, so then the foreigners arrive and they say, can we speak? Can we speak to you? We want some of what you are producing. We want some of what you've got. Who can we speak to as a representative of that community, of that nation, of that people? Who's in charge of these products? Because we want some. Then we start, still in the realm of the invisible. So the foreigners arrive, and they say, we want some of what you've got or what you have. And then obviously that group of people are going to say, well, what have you got that we need to trade? And they say, well, we have this, this, and this. Okay. All right. So now, what is the exchange rate, the currency? What is your value compared to ours? How valuable are your people compared to the value of our people? We'll take what you've got, and then so I'm saying that when you look at the exchange rates, right, you should see them, the exchange rates of the currencies, you should see them as people. So if it's 600 naira to £1, that means for the death of one British person is worth 600 Nigerians. I mean, let's look at this exchange rate. Exchange rate. So pound sterling.
You're looking for a comment?
Yeah. You interrupt.
No, I thought
ask a question or come in anytime you want. And
I thought you were looking on the screen. I thought you were looking up for a comment. So this is
no. I'm going to another screen to look at exchange rates to emphasize the point. So let's say here, look. Let's say. So like the Ethiopian birr, it's £1 is worth 67.98 Ethiopian birr. That's the currency, right? So 67 Ethiopians are worth one British person. That's how you got to look at the currencies. See, think about the currencies. Let's see, what's a Nigerian naira? Let's see. Nigerian naira. So it's 572.48 Nigerian naira to £1. That means one British person, one British citizen is worth 572 Nigerians. See, that's how we see. So we're talking. We're all in the realm here of the invisible, of the abstract. Abstract. We're talking about value. We're talking about currency. We're talking about the invisible. So all of you don't want to say, oh, it's too abstract. You're talking like animals. And then these people dominate you. Look, how did that happen? 572 naira to £1. That is the same. You got to look at the currency as people. The people and the land and the resources. And not only that, I had this big debate as well. It also deals with the mind. What do you mean the mind? The mind, again, you're in the abstract. But the mind of the Nigerian, the intelligence of the Nigerian, the value of his intelligence, of her intelligence, the mind of the Nigerian is 572 times. Wow. You know, it's their mind is an asset class. So £1, one British person is worth 572 Nigerians with their bodies, with their mind, with their possessions, with their land, all of it. What represents a Nigerian, all of it is 572 times less than one British person. So obviously, the women will aspire, and that value, which is where you may disagree with me, that value, that exchange rate is manipulated by race and racism. That is whiteness. It's whiteness, the value of whiteness. So whiteness is an asset class that impacts currencies, which then impact the value of people. So I'm saying you've got to see blackness as an asset class. You've got to, rather than trying to run away, because don't forget you're in an ecosystem, rather than say, oh, look, just stop talking about this. It's a European concept. Yes, but you're in that ecosystem. And if you're not in that ecosystem, then you're food for the ecosystem. And the food and the ecosystem is eating you. It's eating you. And you say, well, oh, I want to trade. Oh, I want to put my products that I've grown on this land in Africa. It's my land. That's my products. They're real. And I'm trading locally, and it's my land. But once you say you want to move those products and trade internationally, then the system is going to say, oh, so you want to trade internationally now, do you? But who are you? Are you registered? Do we recognize you? If we do not recognize you, if you're not registered as an entity with us, then you do not exist. You're just food. So then you say, oh, you want to go in the international market then? Okay, so then you sign up and register. When you register, you are coming into the complete white supremacist, racist ecosystem. You're asking for entry into that complete ecosystem. And that ecosystem itself dictates values within it. It shifts and moves value as it pleases within itself. So you're outside of their world, their ecosystem. It's true, you say you have your land and you have your goats. Yes, but if you want to trade your goats within the ecosystem, you have to become recognized as a person, as an entity. And then once you come into that being in that, because the whole ecosystem, the whole world is a white supremacist, racist world. Not the planet, the world is a construct on the planet. So yes, you have your land in Africa, you have your goats, yeah, that's the planet. But the world is a construct on the planet. And if you want to come into the world, you have to register and be recognized. So that is why I'm saying it's all about currency and value. And I'm saying the issue of reparations is the language we have to use for the time being to see. So you see here that the world is a box. The world is a construct, right? So Africa, there's the Africa that they recognize. Any Africa that is not, they don't see, that is not recognized, is outside of their world, which basically means you're no more value than you are soil. Yeah. And this world, which is the Abrahamic world, built on the Abrahamic faith, because remember we were talking about faith, trust, will, these are all abstracts. Yes? So faith moves people, doesn't it? Trust. Who can you trust? Yeah? So trust is abstract, it's invisible. So all you people keep pushing about, oh, we've got to put food on the table. We've got to be realistic. We've got to be real. Yeah, but how can you do business without trust? And where's trust when it comes to putting food on the table? Business is to do with trust. Trust is to do with value. Value deals with currency. Trust, value, willpower, currency, it's all invisible. It's all in the realm of the abstract. So you keep going about putting food on the table and practical things that you can see with your eyes. All of that is being controlled directly and indirectly by the abstract, by the invisible. And that invisible world is built on an interpretation that Ham, which is all black people, because he's supposed to be the father of all black people, was cursed. So Africa is cursed. Africa and everything in Africa is cursed in their point of view, in their world system. That is why, as Afridamus was saying, or Amara was saying, oh, they feel that they want to take everything for free. Of course. Why? Why? They said, oh, the system is rigged. The market is rigged. Oh, they want everything for free. Of course. They're entitled to everything free from their perspective, because everything outside of their world is just resources. And African people, black African people, are just a resource. A cow or a pig, once they, of course it's free, because they control the pig. So if the pig says, oh, I want a better deal. What do you mean? A pig? Pig talking? A cow talking? A goat talking? You're animals. You're part, you are resources. Yeah. So the world, the economy, the ecosystem sees anybody outside of it as resources and food. So how do you mean you charge? You can't charge So you can charge us. You're not an entity. You can't charge for anything unless you are part of the ecosystem. So therefore, once you can understand, see the concept of growth, right? Growth. What is growth? What is interest? So when you hear the word growth and you think you're making money and you're putting more money in the bank and you're growing and your money is increasing, you don't know that that growth is the same thing as interest. It's the interest in whiteness. It's interest. It's growth in the value of whiteness. Whiteness. It's an aspiration. It's what people are working for, what the women are bleaching their skin for, what the women are straightening their hair for, what the women are wearing wigs for. This is real, practical stuff, isn't it? If you want reality, yeah. When you can stick, look, when the skin cream they bought is real, isn't it? Physical, yeah. But why are they putting it on their skin? Why? Because that is in the realm of the invisible. Why? You keep asking why. Why is the market rigged? Why? Because that why, the answering of the why, remains within the realm of the abstract. It remains within the realm of the invisible. It remains within the realm of currency. It remains within the realm of the will. It remains within the realm of trust. These are all immaterial things. So the material world is ruled by the invisible abstract world. Ruled by it. So those people who talk about abstract things, you laugh at them, but at the end of the day, the laugh is going to be on you because they're going to be, not going to be, they are in total control of you through currency. So it doesn't matter, even if you don't see them, they're still in control of you by currency. So why am I going on and on about this? Because I'm saying, let's start talking about how you move the value of the currency. Just think about this in business terms. What if you knew how to move the exchange rate? We just focus on Nigeria now. As we said, the Nigerian naira is 572.48 naira, Nigerian naira to £1. What if you knew how to move the Nigerian naira to be 1 naira to £1? What if you had that kind of power? What if you understood willpower to move currency? You know, how do you move a currency? How do you move the invisible? Okay, how you're thinking, all you people that laugh at all this abstract talk. Okay, so you have money, okay. You have currency, and then what you do, you put your currency, you'll put your dollars, right, in a box or in a crate, or you put your gold or your diamond or your oils in a barrel, yes, container. The oil goes in the container. Then how do you move that? You put the container on a ship, yeah, because the oil in that container has value. And you put that thing on the ship, and the ship moves the container. Yeah. Okay. So you think, well, oh yeah, that's obvious. Okay. So that's how you move physical things. How do you move invisible things? How? Don't you want to know how? Because they moved the Nigerian naira for 1 naira to £1 down to 572. But that's invisible value. Who moved it and how? Who moved the value? Because by moving the Nigerian naira, sinking the value of the Nigerian naira, you are sinking the value of the Nigerian people. Aren't you? So in one move, if you sink the naira, you sink the mind of the Nigerian, you sink the value of the body, you sink the value of the mind, you sink the value of the possessions, you think the value of the land. Everything Nigerian gets sunk in one move. Just sink the naira. Boom! And you have Nigerians running to the white West. Why? Because it makes sense. What you can earn for 1 month working in Nigeria, if you do the same job, the exact same job, earning white currency from white people, from a white economy, what 1 month? So you're talking about life as well. So you're talking about Nigerian life. Think about that. So when the Nigerian naira was 1 naira to £1, right? Then working for a year in Nigeria, just the same as working for a year in Britain. That's a year of your life. But if I sink the Nigerian naira down 572, that working for a year of your life, so even your whole life is devalued. Your life is being eaten away. Because you think there's no point staying in Nigeria. I've got to get to where the white people are. Why? Because the currency is stronger, and I have limited lifespan. I have limited resources of life. So if I spend my time living with the white people in a white land and working there and sending money back to Africa, back to Nigeria, then I might as well live in the West. There's no point living in Nigeria. So therefore, I will aspire to whiteness. I will aspire to wear wigs on my head. I will aspire to straighten my hair. I will aspire value. I will aspire to be white. I'll aspire to bleach my skin because that's where the value is. And I'll aspire to live in the West because it's a better life. It's a better life. And then I'll send money home to Nigeria. So I'm just trying to drive that point home because so many people keep attacking me on this abstract talk. I'll just have to hit you with the importance of currency, how the abstract relates to currency, relates to trust, and so on. And then maybe another time, I'll talk about how to move the currency. See, because that's where the solution to all the problems are that you are all well aware of. The solution is in moving the currency.
So perfect IC3. So basically that's what you're talking about with Afrodamas and also Amara. You're talking to them about about solutions, right? So these are
Yes.
your solutions.
Yes, but they've got, but before, you see, I can't present a solution when they don't see a problem. So it's no point. When they say, the scripture says, "Don't cast your pearls before swine." So if people don't see a problem, leave them. But only once they realize that there's a problem, then they're ready to listen to a solution. But they've got to understand and respect the abstract. And the only way they're going to respect the abstract is when I start talking about currency. That's why I stay with the money, stay with the banking. Yeah, because all of you know, all you practical people know the power of money and currency. Especially when you start talking about international markets. Local business, you can do, was it barter? Okay, I'll give you 6 goats and you give me 1 gallon of oil or something. That's local because you're just over there. I'm here. I can get over there by car. I can go over there by horseback. I can walk over there, yeah, to trade with you. Yeah, so it's easy. But once you start talking international now, you start to move into the realm of money, currency, and the realm of the abstract, the invisible. So that's why I'm just trying to raise the conversation so that we can start talking about the abstract things. Because most of the conversation I was getting from Afrodamus and Ramos, they're convincing me that Africa is full of potential. They're telling me, oh, Africa has, you can get good food in Africa. It's like, you're telling me, oh, that Africa has good beach fronts. So you're spending an hour talking to me about how nice Africa is. Do that if you're doing a sales talk because you're trying to encourage tourism or something like that. That's a sales pitch. I understand all that, how wonderful Africa is. Yeah, but I'm saying that there's a problem with the system, the impact of the system of white supremacy on all African activities. That problem. So how do we deal with that problem? And if you deal with that problem, right, then everything else is going to flow. Everything else is going to flow. You can flow goods out internationally and you get more international visitors. You know, everything, business will just grow. Why? Because as it goes back to currency relates to value, currency, people. Yeah, value, currency, money, people, land. How do you move the invisible? So yeah, so I'll leave it there. How do you move the invisible? That is the solution, and nobody's going to deny that. Okay? How do you move the abstract? I leave it with your thoughts on Nigeria. 572 Nigerian naira to £1. Anything? Any questions, or should I'll leave it there? I'll go now.
Yes, brother. Yes, brother. You are good. Let me get myself back up here. It's probably dark in here. All right, IC3. Appreciate the breakdown. And as you're mentioning, these are things that we have to figure out. I believe, in this, I believe in one thing, one thing really, and that's Black cooperative economics, the power of it, the power of
100%.
You can't get, you may not be able to get everybody to do certain things, but I believe you literally just go out there and find your folks and you put the work in together and you compete. I mean, I know it's not the simplest and easiest thing to just say and figure out, but That's the only thing I can think of every day is just
yeah, that's right, and that's what you're doing. You see,
to be
African,
to be real with
African
the situation. Because
tours and investment. Tours and
definitely,
investment.
because when we
Africa
talk
for
about these
Africans,
markets,
tours and investments.
when we talk about markets that's already established, whether we were in slavery or whether it was colonization going on, you know, these are established markets. So I mean, naturally, that's what people are gonna do. They're gonna establish things to where they cut everybody else out. So you can either just accept the fact that you're getting cut out, or other people controlling the market, and you can just either just deal with it and say that, oh, it's what it is. I mean, and I don't believe everything is just what it is. At one point, America had 13 colonies. Now they no longer have 13 colonies. They have 50 states that dominate that's a unique country that dominate the world.
Yes,
they were around. I'm not trying to praise this country, but they were around when the French, the British, the Spanish, the Portuguese, world powers. Now those countries, are. I mean, they're part of that American global connection, but America's outdone them.
That's right.
So I just look at the simple thing, not simple thing, but things like that, and and what did they do? They competed. They became more aggressive. They took control of their vision, their future, and they made a country that they wanted to make, and said the hell with their the so-called colonial powers, or their own people who built America. But that's the way I look at it. So I get frustrated when I hear about all of these struggles and, oh, well, this is dictated by this person, this is controlled by this person. But it's like, okay, well, we have a whole continent. When are we going to learn to control our own market little by little? And things like that. So those are the solutions for people to find. And only thing I can tell you is that you're not going to find a magical solution. The solution is to put the work in. And
no, it is magical. It is magical, Banabi. It's magic.
Well, you're organizing yourself to do field research. You're organizing yourself to be practical. It's just like the movement that we're in.
You are so practical, man. You are practical, man.
20 years ago, I was here, right here in Georgia, and working with Black organizations, and we're talking about these things, about repatriation, about Africa in the future. I chose to compete and organize our people and say, hey, we're going to make a move to Africa. We're going to figure it out. We're going to build relationships. We're going to create our own markets, and we're going to build things amongst ourselves. We're going to spend money and do business amongst ourselves. And other people chose to, to stay here and keep working on the same thing. And 20 years later, they're still in the same situation, hoping that Black America would change, hoping that the government or America would change and give them more and give them certain things. And then now we have people 20 years later, they're living in Africa, they built their business, they built their family, they built their enterprise. And it may not be the exact perfect situation, but now they're in a world of competing. So I just look at it as that's it, and let's get into the game and just work what we need to work. And then as far as from the government level, just like how these folks here lobby their government, the government to do different things. But then again, when it comes time for us to put the money together to lobby our own governments in Africa and do those things, we have to put the work in and get it done. And we can't say, well, all the governments are corrupted, they don't want to do this, and you just end up having a defeated mentality. Or a failure mentality. And enough of us are out there like that. And I just try to keep away from people like that. I'm here to fight until the end of time. I'm here to give it more than all I have, and here to just find other people to say, hey, let's do this and keep doing it until the end of time, until we have no more breath in our body, and make sure we put things in place for another generation to continue the works. And it's just that simple. I don't really feel like we have much options. Other than that, all we're going to do is end up complaining about the market, complain why I'm paying this amount for this item, and then I should be getting it for free, or I should be getting it for a better price. But so that's what we have to do. We have to learn to just control our own market. And the good thing is, the two brothers that we talk about from the Gambia and Sierra Leone, they're in their country doing business and establishing themselves. I was proud to hear the conversation, So when I talk to other people about how do we get this thing done, they say, they usually tell me, keep doing what you're doing.
Yeah.
Working hard, competing, organizing with your people, spending money with other Black-owned business, trying to raise up the next group of brothers and sisters, and working with the people you can get things done with. And I know these things will sound nice and simple, but at the end of the day, it's hard work and determination and dedication, and you have to just get up every day and be ready to fight, ready to give it your all. Yes, Mr. IC3. So, yes, brother, we're at our 5-hour mark, and
okay.
I'll
see you again. Thank you for having me on. Keep up the good work.
You're running off already, man. Let me see what the topic was, because we done talked about so many things. I'm sure we talked about a topic like we always talk about. But yeah, the topic was just basically just talking about our people who have self-hate in their heart, making moves to Africa. So
yeah, don't worry, we're in solution mode.
We're not going to be able to build the enterprises that we need. So we need some of our folks to learn to love and appreciate yourself, and understand that we find ourselves in strange situations, but it's the situation that we have to deal with, and we're thankful for our ancestors for fighting the good fight, and now it's our turn to fight the good fight. Yes, so I see. You're ready to go, man. It's probably late over there, man. You gotta go.
I've got things to do now. But it's good. Thank you for having the show, man.
And also appreciate everybody for staying up with us and connecting with us. And we're about to close, so let me put our closeout banner on here. So, family, there you go. Thanks for joining us on another live stream on Pan-Africanism towards nationhood. So take care, family, and we'll connect back with you on another live stream. So the journey continues, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to close out with some nice music and share with you our website slideshow, and the journey continues. And so, family, that's our website, africafortheafricans.org, and I'm gonna play some of our featured music, and we're gonna close you out with the Sankofa Bird, "Return to Your Roots and Get Your Blessings" by Melanie Ganji.
It was the year 1957. The African Republic of Ghana regained her independence from colonial forces under the careful leadership of the Honorable Dr. Bomani in Cuba. Blessed by His Imperial Majesty, Haile Selassie, Kadamawi, Kadamawi, Kadamawi. Hey, hey. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. Son, go bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truths and your blessing. United we stand, and we standing strong. From the examples of Ghana, got to be working together. Black star, black generation. Ice, gold and green. Life, color, life, liberation. Black and pink cross. Symbols from creation. It was a sun, go bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Son, go bird. A message and a lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing.
Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. The call and response. Rhythms of djembe and kete. Sounding far and distance. Regenerating vibration. From corner to curb. The million voices are heard. It was a sun for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Sun for bird. A message in the lesson. Return to the roots. Come get your truth and your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to your roots and get your blessing. Return to the roots and get your blessing. You must return to your roots and get your blessing.